Well, welcome to the Enmore Community Centre ground, way up on the east coast of Demerara. For those people outside of Guyana who may not know our country, yeah, we're tucked away in South America, part of the West Indies and CARICOM. So we're from the city, maybe about 14 miles, going east towards Suriname. You might know that name, just to give you a little location picture of what's happening. So nice, absolutely brilliant morning, glorious sunshine, and so we expect another great day of cricket here at the Enmore Community Centre ground. It's sunny, as I said, nice sward. It's pretty green out here, as you can see on your telephone or computer if you're watching us. So lush green. This ground was underwater just about last week, so it's not like, it's still pretty heavy, but good enough to play. The groundsman, Navin Singh, I think is his name, would have to take some kudos and praise for this. So I'm sitting in with Matthew Kissoon, my co-commentator. I'd like to welcome him to the microphone. Good morning to you as we wait on Deodat to open the attack.
Morning, Naeem. Morning to everyone across Guyana and the Eastern Caribbean, picking up live streaming the Guyana Cricket Board Senior Inter-County 4-Day Tournament in Guyana. Berbice is a second string side because the big stars are missing due to regional duties. And of course, they were bowled out for 94 yesterday. First delivery now from Deodat. On day 2. So 1 wicket to fall. 19 wickets fallen yesterday. 250 runs scored, Naeem. 2 5-wicket hauls. 1 for Ricardo Adams first, and then Deodat. That's in the air. And 6. Second delivery of the second day's play. Hit nicely over long on. And the first runs from the bat this morning from the second delivery, a good shot from the young man Garfield Phillip.
Well, I wonder what's the overnight plan they've come in with. They have a lead of, we'll work that out for you, 94 was posted by Berbice, so they have a lead of 62 overall in the G tells me.
Overnight.
62 overnight. Add that 6, you come to 68. A handsome lead in the circumstances, and Wasim is declaring his intention very early this morning. Stroking it for Deodat himself to pick it up. But a 68 lead, we were thinking anything over 50 would indeed put some pressure back on Berbice when they come to the crease, Matthew.
Yes, I had my mind personally set on 100. 100 lead would put Berbice under tremendous pressure. They would not be with their captain in terms of services from him. He would not take part in the game. No further part or no further play in the game for him. That injury yesterday to his right ankle. We're talking Junior Sinclair here. A single played down to mid-on deep as the over comes to an end. The first over coming to an end this morning, and the score is 163 for the loss of 9.
Sinclair suffered a tremendous blow while batting. In fact, he was struck on his toes earlier, and so had to end up going off. Some very dangerous Yorkers too. So Wasim is a plucky batsman. He's the long striker. And yesterday he had some pretty good shots. We saw some good individual innings yesterday as well, and some good partnerships. We had a 44-run partnership for the third wicket between Hubbard and Rini, and Rini featured in another partnership with Ricardo Adams, 37 for the fourth wicket. That accounted actually for the Essequibo side mustering the score that they eventually resolved. But good knocks yesterday. We saw some exquisite drives, both by Hubbard as well as Rini.
Mohammed facing up, the second over. Brilliant sunshine at Enmore, lovely day for cricket. And I was remarking to a friend in the pavilion, the Enmore pavilion, when I came in early this morning, that the fat lady from Enmore could start singing early this afternoon, Naeem.
Well, I hope she doesn't. I hope she's sick and stays home and we can have some cricket. It's a 4-day game, and to end it in 2 days, it's really an embarrassment. Big slash outside the off stump. Can't get past cover. We saw some good fielding too, Matthew. In particular from Deodat. 2 super catches in any class of cricket. Absolutely gorgeous catches. Magnificent. One down at cover, the other down at long off. They stuck in his hands, outstretched. Keon Sinclair.
The delivery, Yorker length, but just on the off stump, outside the off stump, coming into the left-hander, Wazim Mohammed. It's a lovely 6-second delivery of the second day's play. Yes, Deodat with a 5-wicket haul, and Ricardo Adams for their respective counties. Outstanding indeed. Shows how the pitch is playing as well from yesterday. A lot of turn. Ball keeping a bit low as well. That's edge drop by the wicketkeeper. A chance very early to wrap up the innings of Essequibo. Put down by the keeper. Edge. Push the bat a bit outside the off stump. Edge. And dropped by Jason Sinclair, the wicketkeeper. A chance there, Naeem. Could have wrapped up the innings for Essequibo and put themselves in a better position to have to erase less runs.
I think he was beaten. He was looking for the ball actually closer to him. He thought he had covered, but it drifted away from the left-hander and took the outside edge. Bad mistake. Well, I don't think there's ever a good mistake, but terrible mistake.
Batting teams turn mistakes into beefsteaks, you know, because they can pounce and score a lot of runs given that mistake or that error. Philip looks solid, takes his first ball and defends into the offside. Had a good ball. Look, Sampson bowled well too, picking up 3 wickets for Essequibo yesterday. Phillips had a good ball. So they lead by 80. Essequibo, first innings. The total is 174 for 9. 4 byes given away just now by Sinclair. Bowling down the leg side to the right-handed Phillips. Good delivery on the off stump. Equal to the task is Phillips coming forward and defending his stumps nicely. 2 steps in the gully. There's a backward point in the cover. Mid off, mid on. Backward spear on a fine leg. That nice breeze is with us again. Nice, beautiful atmosphere at Enmore. Few spectators on hand very early. Quick single taken to mid wicket. Admire patrol in that area.
There have been a few high points in the tournament. The game that I saw at the National Stadium and coming here at Enmore. A few of the high points were, in this case here at Enmore, the bowlers they were made to work, and I think they did well. Expansive drive, but can't get past cover. But they have been pretty well on target. That's one highlight, and the other one is the running out between the wicket has been pretty good. The fielding has been exceptional, I think. Spearheaded by Deodat, who took those super catches yesterday. But it's not like the pitch is offering a lot of help. It's pretty placid. It's encouraging you to bat. I think the batsmen, the only letdown in the game so far has been the standard of batting. A few of the batsmen singled out. They took advantage of the passiveness of the pitch, but other than that, the bowlers had to work very hard, and they did quite a good job, right on target.
175 for 9 as Deodat continues from the commentary box in to the right-handed Garfield Phillips. So that lead is 8-1. It's building. If that lead can get up to 100, and Berbice, without the services of their captain due to injury, that's Junior Sinclair, that's a big body blow. Wraps him on the pad, and that's the end of the innings. Out leg before. So the final wicket going down, 175 all out. And that lead of 81 will stare Berbice in the face when they come out in 10 minutes time to make an attempt to make a good game of this. They need to erase 81 and ensure that Essequibo can have some runs to chase. But you're looking at what? They've got to get maybe over 200 plus to make a game of it. The innings coming to an end, 175 all out. And you look at Deodat picking up what? 6 wickets. So excellent work by the young man on debut for Berbice. 6 wickets to him. And of course a 5-wicket haul early in the first innings to Ricardo Adams. The highlight of the bowling department of both sides. Sampson getting 3 wickets, but all in all, not a bad effort from Essequibo to give a lead of 81-9.
Absolutely, they have batted with deliberation, with a lot of energy. They have concentrated well. There were individual sparkles. As I said, that the wickets, the partnership between Hubbard and Reaney, 44 for the 3rd wicket, and then Reaney and Adams, 37 for the 4th wicket. Those are basically the highlights, but the bowlers have stole the limelight, particularly from the spinners. Matthew just indicated the figures of young Deodat. So Deodat has been the outstanding performer, so to speak. He has had his 6 wickets. He's taken two of the best catches we've seen in the tournament, if not the best. They're world-class catches, absolutely. And so they had these individual excellence, or people performing extremely well. So that's the story at the moment. They've got a lead, I think you said 85? 81. So that is going to put a lot of pressure on Berbice to erase that. Today is the second day, and then they've got to muster a target to hand to Essequibo. Pound for pound, now that all the senior players have gone on to the camp with the Harpy Eagles, the teams are pretty equally balanced. And in this game, and I wish too that Essequibo can come out performing extremely well, even winning, simply because they, as Indrajit described them yesterday, they used to be the whipping boys. So they've bounced back. So 81 lead, and we're going to be resuming in about 10 minutes time. Until then, it's goodbye.
Good. Where you go? What stats you got? Anything you pick up? Phillips made what? No, 6?
How much?
You got a boundary, right, this morning. So Huh? Well, good morning once again. Let me greet you with the news from a sunlit, windy morning here at Enmore, the second day in this inter-county championship organized by the Guyana Cricket Board. Essequibo this morning, they were disposed for 175 of 53.2 overs. We recall Wazim Mohammed overnight on 14, Garfield Phillip his partner on 2. Phillip was the man who went LBW to Deodat to give him his 6th wicket in this innings. He went for 9. Mohammed was left not out on 22. So out in the middle we have the two openers there, and it's going to be Bodie. Number 16. Well, yes, why did I say Bodie? Bodie's on Essequibo 9. You give me a mint this morning. We'll change everything, my brother. Yes, that Alex Algu, he's the one that's going to take the first delivery. He's a strongly built young man. Didn't do a lot in the first innings, just making 3. Was caught by Bodie off Samson. He'll be looking for a much better performance today. So, the first ball is about to be delivered, and it's going to be Cadogan from a windy northern end of the ground. 3 slips, a gully, a backward point, and an extra cover. Here's the first delivery. Good start, maybe just bending a little down the leg side, half-hearted appeal. Good morning to you once again, Naeem. Berbice, they have done the job in that they got the final wicket. Just about 4 overs there on day number 2.
And 4 overs maybe too late. Well, not too late, but very late. It would have been so good from a Berbice perspective if they had gotten the dismissal yesterday. But this is cricket. You get it when you get it. So we expect a great match. Berbice has got some good batters. So what they need to do in the Jeet is a pretty uphill task. They've got to erase 81. And then they got to set a target for their civilians, both sides being evenly balanced, and so we can see good cricket. If you're listening to us, you're from the neighboring community and from Enmore itself, it might be nice for you to come out here. Aggressive start, 3 slips and a gully.
And you mentioned that 81 lead 9. That is going to be like someone attempting for the first time to climb Mount Roraima. It's not going to be easy for these youngsters out in the middle. There's no devil in the picture. All it calls for is sensible shot selections.
And occupation as well, because extravagance will get you out. You need to stay there and accumulate runs. You raise 81 and give them 150 to go after maybe, and that's a long and tall order.
And just like this, what you were saying, just a simple shot, knowing there is a run once it gets to the left of the short cover, and he got the single.
Short stabbing shots into the gaps. All the fielders practically are behind in the slip cordon, so you have a lot of vacancies and open spots that you can just push it in. And as they'd always say, remember the term milk the bowling. Accumulate singles and 2s, convert whenever you can. An extravagant shot can come here or there when it's a wayward delivery. Other than that, the Berbice focus should be occupation of the crease and accumulate runs. You've got 2 more days to go. It's almost 3 days of cricket remaining.
And that should be the premium that they set themselves. Now, Cadogan, who is bowling from the northern end this morning, started 2 in the first innings, had 1 for 27, started with reasonable good pace, hit the right areas too. 9 overs then. He'll be looking for another good bowl on day number 2, bowling in Berbice second innings. He's a strong boy.
Young Karen, he's got a job cut out for him. I've got his jersey numbered at 1, so that has to be David Karen. So he has to occupy, stay there. As Indrajit pointed out, there is no devil in the pitch. So it's if you don't want to bat, but it's as simple as that. I mean, anybody can get out of a good delivery, a sharp lifting one. You've got two steps and a golly. So you can get out. But if you are meticulous and concentrate and bat, you can pick up all these singles and in a jiffy you would have erased the total. But it's a lot of effort.
Good delivery, right on target here by Cadogan. And the left-handed Javed Kareem is a guy that plays for the Blairmont Blazers, had no problem in defending the over completed. Yes, and what a blessing to be back at Enmore on day number 2. Naim, you have spent a lot of time at Enmore, of course, visiting all the places where you normally get your words.
Of course, and I lived here because my grandfather was here. I've been a rolling stone in my lifetime, living all over the place, of no fixed place of abode, may I say. And so I was fortunate to have had an association with the community. I also played for the sports club here for a very short while, and I was their overseas player, so to speak.
Did they renew the contract?
No, after the first match, I was out like South. I also did a lot of athletics here. I'm not an outstanding athlete, but I at least reached standby at the Nationals, and I'm glad I wasn't called on to run, because you had some stalwarts that you just couldn't compete against. So I've had a long association with Enmore Community Centre.
Yes, and Ricardo Adams, the skipper, wasting no time, has brought himself into the attack. Nice single here, just torn away by Algu and getting his first run. So he's going to feel comfortable too. Enmore, in the 19th century, was a prominent place for cotton and sugar. And as time moved on, there were changes here at Enmore. It's actually the entire Enmore, known as Plantation Enmore in the early days, was owned by a white planter by the name of Henry Porter. Became a community way back in 1940 and the 50s. He's going to come over the wicket now, the left arm, Ricardo Adams. He's very experienced, has played a lot of cricket. Ricardo Adams, former Guyana under 15, under 19 player, and also played Super 50 cricket for Guyana, the regional level. So he has experience.
And I'm glad I'm seeing the forward short leg. Left arm spinner going into the left-handed batsman. And I'm glad to see also that Ricardo Adams, for the first time, is experiment coming over the wicket rather than around. So he's getting that little movement of the shoulder now, ringing it.
There was a shout there, half-hearted. It's going to run close toward the boundary. Going back there for another run was Kareem, and sent back. Let's watch any signal. Yes, leg byes. Signal by the umpire. And our score is on the screen. Yes, our official scorer says that it's 3 without loss.
So what Ricardo Adams is going to do, he's going to change the angle as often as possible, because he's going to bowl to Algu, a right-handed batsman. So he's going to use around the wicket. He's drifting the ball. He's not an extremely big turner of the ball.
So be careful here. Let the call be early so that you understand exactly what your partner is going to do. And over the years, Naim, Enmore transformed from the place of logies and mud huts, and then Mr. Henry Porter decided to give out lots so that people can make their own homes. Thus, he donated the community center here.
And then, of course, the slaves, former slaves and immigrants, they were buying plots of land. And I did a history of Victoria not so long ago to put in as a short documentary, but and choosing facts. End of the over, and the two batsmen are going to have a little conference. Kareem, well, he's nothing close to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar of basketball fame and fighting against Bruce Lee. He's more diminutive. He's numbered at 1. So they're having that little discussion. What do you think they might just be saying to each other?
Well, I think what they might be saying there, Naeem, we can only suggest, and you're right, what you think. Stay cool, stay calm, play every ball on its merit. We need to build a partnership, no reckless batting whatsoever, and just let us be a little bit more careful with our call as far as running between the wickets are concerned.
And this morning I mentioned how excellent running between the wicket has been from this game at the stadium and even at this one. And the feeling has been quite on par. And so there has been good cricket. We miss the senior players who have transitioned onto the senior side in camp, preparing for the regional tournament, that's the West Indies tournament, CWI. So they're gone, but we still have been watching pretty good cricket, with the exception that 19 wickets going down on the first day.
And if I can just recall Alvin Kalicharan talking about what they will discuss out in the middle when you see two batsmen, then he said sometimes it has nothing to do with the cricket. He said he was walking into bat in England, the West Indies were struggling. Sir Vivian Alexander Richard was out there in the middle and struggling too. When he came out, went up and reached Viv, they touched gloves, and he said to Viv, I just saw the prettiest girl in my life in that stand, and he pointed to the stand. He said the very next ball went into that very stand of the batting of Viv Richards. Oh, he's flirting with danger. Outside the line of the off stump, Kareem, he knows it. Smacks the left gloves onto the right hand. That's a naughty shot.
Yeah, he was caught. I think he was trapped and deceived by Cadogan. Cadogan, of course, a very, very hard worker. He's not tear away fast. He's not getting awkward bounce. He knows his limitations, but he puts a lot into his bowling. Nice cricketer.
Yes, a lovely delivery, slanted across the left-hander. Javed Kareem played a lot of his cricket for the Blairmont Blazers. That's up in the Blairmont Rosignol area. Much better shot this time. He had it covered, did the basic, got on top, and opened the face of the bat. But nicely knocked down in the gully area.
Coming back to your story with Vivian Richards, I was batting with a colleague of mine from Covenjan, and he came down the pitch. I thought it was something on cricket, and he asked me if I have 1,000. I never got that money back, by the way. If I have 1,000, can lend him after the game. I did, never got it back. Usual thing.
No, there is no need to play that kind of shot. That was far too wide outside the line of the off stump. And in those days, Naeem, you score a 50, people will run out onto the pitch, even in international cricket, to offer some financial glories.
Well, there was a pundit that did that for us, coming back from his regular service. He stops by the pitch with his big bicycle, and he has to shake your hands and congratulate you and all of that. May I say he was slightly too inebriated, if that's the right word. Sometimes, but he's a jolly fella, and we enjoyed his company.
Just getting a little bit too wide outside the line of the off stump. The over has been completed. At the end of it, the score is 3 without loss.
They will come off 10-15, right?
No worries. You can do what you want.
Bring cheese and bread.
I have. I had a tension with cheese. I was hungry, so.
Yes, some white corner side.
What is that?
Some white corner side.
I go straight to 11 here. I was a quarter 11 after that. I had a shop, but it's either like one.
Can you say come off now?
No, I'm done for you. Are you quiet, man? You're here in the
So we expect a long day here at the Enmore Community Centre ground. Still pretty lush green. But I hope with many years ago when we played here, school cricket and all of that, there was a motorized roller. I'm seeing the guys having to pull it. The groundsman was Joe. I know he had passed, I think, but he was such a diligent worker, worked extremely hard. And I hope as we garner and have such an inflow of funds that all these grounds would have motorized vehicles to roll it. Outside the off-stump, bad bit of feeling there from Sheldon Charles, making the batsman scamper for two. That's not right. At this moment, you've got it.
Looks good. Nice greenery you're seeing on it, but it's not that smooth. And the ball can definitely bounce away from you. You might be going in one direction and the ball changes, and that's because of the turf. That's going to come good in time, and you know, Charles should have stopped it, but maybe it could have been undone as well.
Well, as you pointed out, the surface isn't absolutely smooth. Must have had an awkward bounce as well. But it happens. We played in cow holes, actually.
That's a good delivery there by Adams, and he continues to bowl well, taking pace off the ball, floating it a little, and doing a little bit with the air too. Good delivery. And many superstars in that era when there weren't so much technology around, they played on unprepared pitches, and that caused them to be prepared for any scenario.
Yes, it's like growing a child, you know, in all luxuries. You may not be preparing that child for the best in the world. It's the children that have to go through the struggle, and at the end of it all, they understand life, they understand the human beings, and they learn to share as well. That's the end of the over. It's 6 without loss, and just remember that Essequibo, they've got a lead of 81, so they're well on course. Berbice trying to erase that 81. They've got more than 2.5 days of play left in this game, and I'd like to see a demonstration of high quality batting, which means occupation and scoring. You do not have to be extravagant. Just show that you have the grit to bat on and bat for long periods. That's what 4-day cricket is all about.
And these two youngsters out in the middle, Javed Karim and the one taking strike now, Alex Algu, they're both talented fellas. But at the end of the day, it is not talent that counts. It is what you see on the scorecards. Good delivery, well pitched up, played well, got it low down on the bat. Lovely morning. And Chan has just left the commentary seat, and I've been joined by our good friend John Ramsey. Good morning to you, John. How was the drive from La Parfait Harmony all the way to Enmore?
Good morning indeed, and good morning everyone. Very long, especially with the traffic. The west side and the east bank. Bold! First ball that I'm sitting in the seat in the jeep, and Alex Al Ghul is bold. That ball kept very low from Neelan Cadogan. And Alex Al Ghul who played over it. Just as we're speaking about the number of vehicles on the road this morning, And a run out could be the result, but did not hit the woodwork. Benjamin is flustered. He needs to get a composure. But I like the way Cadogan is handling him. That was just too straight. Nevertheless, good support in the field.
Brilliant in the field there, Swami. And had the presence of mind as he turned around and fired the return in. That is what you do when you want to keep up the pressure. Excellent.
So Ricardo Adams having a good game generally. Just throwing a sitter. Trap was set really with 3 steps on the gully. Cadogan ball into his field and Benjamin went for it. Thick outside edge. And Ricardo at first step, which is very wide. Usually they're a bit straighter. Now Benjamin showing a bit more patience, like he should have done earlier, allowing the ball to go by. But look at that in the G, the ball is new. Now into the 7th over and not carrying to the keeper. Chest high, midriff. He took that one just about his knee.
Yes, and that's because all the moisture from the pitch has gone. It has dried out. There aren't any grass whatsoever now, day number 2 on it. And it's the traditional Enmore pitch that we have become accustomed to.
Match on tomorrow as well, legit. Demerara against the Select 11 beginning at 9:30 at Border, the world famous GCC ground Border. We having their first action as in the county as it returns at the senior level. A game tomorrow. The team between 2 sides that lost their opening encounters. Both sides will be looking to really get in the winning column. One side also effectiveness of their players. Going on to national duties.
Yes, John, you're right about that. That should be a very, very good match. Saw Border the other night. It looks a picture. The ground still looks beautiful. There's always nostalgia when you go into the ground of Border. There's a special feeling.
I'm looking forward to what Respirator said, to have that sport museum started. He's left some items for Border. Big appeal. Nagasari belatedly says out. It is Garfield Benjamin given out very belatedly to Duggan, who did not get his man early up in the over, gets the last laugh. But Garfield Benjamin, the young man, is dejectedly walking back to the pavilion without scoring. Berbice in more trouble now, 9 for the loss of 3. As we welcome umpire, Pastor Machikisu. Good morning, my brother.
Morning, John. Morning to everyone around the country, beautiful country, Guyana, and in the Eastern Caribbean region. Also in the US of A, Canada, United Kingdom, following live streaming. I thought that ball was going down the leg side, I've got to be honest. But umpire Dr. Nagasadi, Essequibo, gave that decision. But that ball was Yorker linked into the leg stump, but going further down when Garfield Benjamin was hit. It took a couple of seconds before we gave that decision, but it's 8 for 3. He went without scoring. So, Essequibo, they were all over Berbice. And a young man with experience, the older brother of Shamron Hetmeyer, has come out to do some battle here for Berbice. We said earlier, John, when we started that maybe the fat lady at Enmore will start to sing very early today. The way the game has progressed so far in terms of Berbice's second innings, that seems possible.
The 2 batters to score the most in the first innings for Berbice are at the middle now, with Shamal Angel making his way out. He got 34 in the first innings. Hetmeyer got 18. 2 wickets to Cadogan. That last delivery that Cadogan was giving a wicket, it's clearly heading on the left side, not really soon. And I thought when the umpire did not react to the appeal, it was going to remain not out. But very belatedly, that finger went up. And I think some of the players were very surprised as well. 8 for a loss of 3. That deficit of 81 is like a mountain now for Berbice.
Still 7-3 behind. And they've only got 7 wickets in the bag.
Turned down by Shannon Crawford. You mentioned 7 wickets in the bag. Do remember the captain, Junior Sinclair,
Oh, yeah.
injured.
Oh, yeah.
So whether he's going to come to play hero is left to be seen. But a very big shout for appeal for leg before this time.
Good shout, but umpire Crawford is very experienced. He's at the highest level in terms of regional cricket umpiring. Said not out. Very firm at his decisions. Nice shot. Between cover and extra cover, chase for Sampson, and he will pull the ball back just inside the boundary. And the batsmen come back for 2. Nice shot to get Hetmeyer going.
Beautiful flowing cover drive. Not trying to hit it too hard. It's finding the gap nicely. This is going to be a good battle. So that was a confident appeal earlier from Ricardo Adams. He's going to someone with technique and class.
And you can't be too defensive to the spinners as well. You've got to know how to mix defense with attack when you're playing spin bowling. A lot of our young players today are not good enough to spinners. Good technique. Left ball right forward. Kills the spin. Defends nicely. The over comes to an end. 10 for the loss of 3. Berbice in their second innings. Not good at all for this B team side, you would want to say, but an opportunity for the youngsters to really try to put up good resistance, bat for long periods. Whether you're scoring much or not, you just need to keep practicing out there. See it as a wonderful opportunity to play at the highest level, cricket at the highest level in your country. But from a national perspective, have some pride. Play for your team. Do not tell yourself, if this game finishes today, I get 2 days rest. You don't want nothing of that sort in your mindset, John. And let's face it, Essequibo have been on top of Berbice from the time their innings started yesterday. Angel played well in the first innings. 2 right-handers out there for Berbice. That's flicked away to forward square, where Sampson is. He got 34 in the first innings. Good knock. Very good knock indeed by the young man. Top scoring for the Berbice batters. But you talked about that body blow to young Junior Sinclair, the captain. That's a big blow. Here is a good young talented cricketer playing international cricket. Well, playing at the highest level for Guyana, playing in the CPL. Origin young player who has done well. And out because of injury. I had a chat with him this morning before the game started, and he said he don't think he'll be able to take further part in the match.
Yeah, that's so sad. But at least he's taking precaution, not trying to force it. You know, some captains want to be literally a hero. I was trying to come and do the impossible. We saw him very uncomfortable after he came back to resume the innings. And just did not look the part.
So his right ankle is swollen, actually swollen. He was sitting outside of their dressing room and was attempting to just find out from him what's happening.
So we can say that Berbice in their second innings already 4 down.
Right. Technically speaking, yes.
There we go again with shot selection. That was a ball outside his off stump, not giving any troubles at all. But he went after it. Angel, flirting with danger. Could have easily nibbled one to the slip corner.
I like that delivery. It was a bit wide, inducing Angel to go after it, and it moved away slightly from the right-hander. I thought that was a good delivery.
These batters need to know where the off stump is, so they can be a bit more watchful. Here we go again. Very similar delivery. Extra pace. And his eyes lit up looking to go through the covers, and he missed it.
Yeah, Neelan Cadogan has. He's bowling even better in the second innings. The first innings he bowled from that end as well, the north end of the Enmore ground. Nice breeze blowing into our small commentary booth. We think this booth can double the size. Let's hope interested persons who can help develop the Enmore facilities here can make that possible. Double this booth, it will be a classic. With the lovely breeze that you experience up here in the country here, it's fantastic. 3 slips in the gully. Oh, that beats him. That beats him. That one held its own. And he pushed the bat at it. Beaten all ends up. Beautiful bowling from Neelan Cadogan as the over comes to an end. It's 10 for the loss of 3, John. And 7-1 behind with, you have to say, realistically 6 wickets in hand. That's a tall order.
Very tall order, Matthew. But no wonder Neelan Cadogan has been named as one of the reserve players for the Guyana Harp Eagles in the regional tournament. Because of deliveries like that, that one came back nicely after pitching. So he used this new ball very good, very effectively, landing in good areas. So the word that I'm looking for is consistency. And I'm seeing it with Neelan Cadogan. Just using the pace of the pitch, the wind, and of course the new ball effectively. Young Angel playing and missing very early in his innings. Just looking for that, maybe that single that would get the butterflies out of his stomach. Need to work hard so far. Ricardo Adams to continue.
Cameron Green, the 23-year-old for Australia, 100. That final test against India.
India, 2 days in the field. A big recovery as well for South Africa, led by Captain Temba Bavuma. He's on 138. South Africa in their second innings, 245 now for 6. Overall lead of 314. It's day number 3, session number 3 across in Johannesburg.
And that innings alone, you can say something to top it. That's taking the game away from the West Indies. In the second innings, very difficult to get 250 plus against a team like South Africa to win. Your batting has got to be spot on. You'll need the openers, Chandrapal and Brathwaite, to bat long and get runs as well. It's struggled so far in this series.
2 wickets apiece to Alzari Joseph and Kyle Mears. 1 to Kima Roach and Raymond Reefer. Nothing in the 4th column after 10 overs for Godakesh Moti. Over completed here at Enmore. Berbice in their second innings. 10 for the loss of 3. Having to wipe off a deficit of 81 to make Essequibo bat again.
You never want to run out in Test cricket. Chandrapal was run out in that first innings. It takes brilliant cricket to make that sort of dismissal possible.
This is really fought back nicely in the second innings, in South Africa's second innings. At one time South Africa 4 for 69, 5 for 103. And we have a partnership of 103 with Henry Klassen and his captain. He got them back on track.
Good to see Calmers getting some wickets, 3 in the first.
Modler actually, not Classic, Modler. Yeah, Calmers picking up 3 and 2 in the second.
Correct. I like how he swings the ball. Good swing of the ball. Gets the ball to move quite a bit. A little bit more pace would have been even better for him.
And after that test series, the players that are not going on to the white ball format for West Indies will be coming back home. And most likely taking up their places in the regional sides. Gurikesh Moti is running Chandapal. So no doubt he's switching up for the Guyana Harbour Eagles. Good holding again from Kadanga, just holding his line outside the off stump of Benjamin. Oh, sorry, this is Angel. So the Guyana side will be strengthened with those two
Correct.
players. The next round begins on the 15th of March of the Regional 4-day tournament, where the Guyana Harbour Eagles go to the Brian Africa Academy to take on the Red Force. At Providence, we'll be having the Winged Islands Volcanoes against Jamaica Scorpions. Our game begins on Wednesday. Midweek action.
Yes, and then of course the Harp Eagles come back home to play their last 2 games. Out there against the Windwards and
The
No, sorry.
Jamaica Scorpions
Yes.
and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Correct.
That order, yeah.
correct.
So players on the fringe, this intercontinental tournament need to keep working. Even though some bad performances when the Guyana team take on the Red Force in Trinidad, and you may find some boys falling out, and those boys with extremely good performances they find themselves in that side. So they need to keep working hard. That's why I love this tournament coming with the gap between rounds number 2 and 3. With these players and those going on as well, the opportunity to keep playing. Continuity is important.
Correct. And good delivery. Kept a bit low on the off stump. You have to hustle down on that one quickly. And that's why someone like a Kevlin Anderson is in that squad. In Trinidad there. Excellent innings of 100 in that first inter-county game. It was an excellent knock.
Anthony Adams as well.
Anthony
Forced his
Adams.
way in. Yes.
Savory and Timo Paul. But you talked about consistency, and that's what's lacking, even with talented, gifted cricketers in the Caribbean region. Down the leg side. That's a nothing shout, more or less. And a name came up for West Indies cricket who many felt should have gone to Zimbabwe. Sheho. Still a good cricketer. Many feel that he should be there in the test team still. All cricketers go through bad patches. But he's still a good cricketer. Didn't get a chance to go to Zimbabwe. Well, wasn't selected. But there are many who felt that should have been there.
Exaggerated inward movement from Kadavan on the leg side to end the over. Maiden, but we still 10 for 3 in their second innings.
And selectors have got a real tough job because not too many of our cricketers in the Caribbean region are that outstanding that you can close your eyes and say, yes, these are definite. Not too many. And that presents a situation where selectors will be under pressure as well to come up with the best combination. We'll have a little break. Some refreshments coming on for the players. We'll take a break too. We'll be back in about 2 minutes. Welcome back to Enmore Community Center ground on the east coast of Demerara. After that drinks break, we'll continue, but Essequibo dominated this first game of the second round, senior 4 inter-county cricket here in Guyana. And Ricardo Adams will continue after the break from the commentary box end, 10 for 3. In effect, with 71 runs still behind. Berbice are in a lot of trouble here. A lot of trouble. This game can end today, many believe. Given what's transpired, 19 wickets fallen on day 1, and so far 4 on day 2.
That's nice.
Murphy and Kuniman would have shocked the world for Australia in beating in that tour test with their bowling. What's the problem with West Indies cricket and not producing world-class spin bowlers? John Ramsey, I'm not sure you want to answer that one. But we've got Moti in the team there. You had Warwican, you had Kamal, you had Cornwall. I thought he's a good off-spin bowler, right-hand off-spinner. What's wrong with our spinners in the Caribbean? Since the pitches in the Caribbean region are now more prepared to favor spin, I would want to believe, they're more flat, placid wickets. What's wrong?
It's quite complex when you really look at it. Timing from admire, but our batters allow our spinners to look better than they actually are as the over comes to an end. Another maiden from Ricardo Adams. Batsmen are not prepared to use their feet, not prepared to be a bit more attacking to the spinners, allow themselves to bat themselves into a hole, and then the spinners will get on top of them and get their wickets. So when the spinners go to another level and are exposed to batters that are prepared to play more shots, prepared to use their feet, they tend to look ordinary or underprepared. That is one of the issues. And then look at the quality of spinners that we have just recently, if you call those names. We haven't had a risk-first issue in terms of right-hand leggy. You know, and that is a dying art in the Caribbean. Those are the ones that tend to really make a big difference in their sides. Nathan Lyon in Australia has held his own as an off-spinner. But when you look at the flurry of left-handers that he would have come up against, that helped him tremendously. Kadanga starts in the over. Angel will get off the mark, driving a full toss down to long off. So like I said, it's quite complex. It's not a one-size-fits-all really. Pitch is something to do with it. And then recently, with the point system in the regional 4-day tournament, the points allocated for fast bowlers. Teams with that eye on winning the tournament or winning matches, they want to give their fast bowlers more opportunities than the spinners. Short ball. This one is driven down towards the extra cover and could get into the boundary ahead of Sampson. Does so now. 4 runs. Loose delivery from Kudavan, and he was punished.
Yeah, short and wide. Pounced on it nicely. Cracked it through the covers. Good shot. Spinners dominating in the Caribbean regional level. Picking up lots of wickets. You remember people like Nikita Miller, there's Imran Khan from Trinidad and others. The guy from Jamaica, Odin Brown, and the leg spinner as well. That's right, Damien Jacobs. Dominating at regional level. You get a chance at the highest level and you're not able to impress enough.
Not a full toss. This time he goes on the onside of the pitch. Chases on. Angel playing some shots like he did in the first innings now. Certainly from 0-6. 6 runs.
And you look at Rashid Khan for Afghanistan, and you wonder what's wrong with our culture of spin bowlers in the Caribbean. Don't put enough belief in themselves. What about training camps for our spinners? We've had several. Kept a bit low on the middle and leg stump. Coming down quickly on it, Angel. Kept it out. But something is wrong with the quality of our spin bowlers in the Caribbean region for sure. Something is not that right. But good to see Moti getting wickets. You've got to get wickets against the top teams. England, Australia, India. South Africa, he's got some against South Africa. I would love to see a real threatening spinner in the West Indies team that can dominate. And you call Nathan Lyon from Australia. Look at Nathan Lyon, a cut above all the others as a spinner, and has never bowled a no ball in his Test career.
And to maintain a run from the Australian side for such a long time, you must be doing something special. Overall completed. Berbice in the second inning, 16 for loss of 3.
Could be. Every 50 minutes a change. Pick up four. A better turnout of spectators.
Yeah, I made that point very early. And I was told that persons did not realize cricket was on yesterday.
A good friend of mine who lives in Golden Grove, I invited him to come across. He's in his 70s now. He's been following cricket for a very long time. Says he has to go to the clinic first and then he'll come across. So I haven't seen him as yet.
But he's among the crowd, but you cannot just pick him up. Quick single. That Miles kept quiet for a long time, now gets his third run. Yes, the wicket that Ricardo Adams got earlier. One of the reasons our batters are struggling against quality spin as well. I was floated up and he missed it.
But the production of left-hand orthodox spinners have been tremendous in world cricket. And you look at the youngster coming up now, young Ned, the son of the former Guyana off spinner Gavin Ned. He's there. We've got a few more in the Caribbean region as well. Quite a number of left-hand spinners in the game now. You look at Jadeja and what he has done for India. A cricketer you must never take for granted.
As a cricketer, I tend to pick himself very early. So when he selected me to pick an Indian side, one of the first names I'm going on that list would be Ravindra Jadeja.
Yes, and England also working on a.
He's on base the wicket keeper as well. Kept a bit low from Ricardo Adams. They'll come back for the no. They're thinking about the third. Eventually not running hard enough. Apparently came off the bat, no signal from the umpire. End of the over. 17. The loss of 3.
Yeah, I don't need to take those chances going for third round. Next thing you know, it's a run out. You don't need that at this stage. You're you're a wicket less in the bag because your captain, Julius St. Clair, will not come out to bat, most likely.
Yes, yes.
But a struggle, it's been a struggle from day one for Berbice. But two of their better batters are out there in the middle now. Came together with the score 8 for 3. And the scores progressed to 19 for 3. They trail by 6 to 2 now. Naim Chan is back. Had his breakfast. That soft tennis roll with that cheese spread. Nice. I ate before you. Thank you for that, Naim.
As usual.
You see, a hungry man is an angry man. Welcome back, Naim Chan.
I barely cashed in actually. Nice morning in Guyana. Nice wind. So we're looking at a match that can go in a direction that would see us all home very early this afternoon. They've got a lead, Essequibo, of 81. Just remember that in your calculations. And they're now, the Berbicians are 19 for 3. So Samson is going to be brought on to the attack. And these were the two prolific scorers. I shouldn't even be using that word because Sion Hetmeyer, who's about to take strike, he made 18 and Angel, the non-striker, 34 in the first innings. So a lot will be dependent on the two of them who are out there at the moment.
Forget what you did in the first innings. Start fresh now, of course. I can double 34 and get 68. I can triple 18.
I keep my eye on Hetmai. He's very, very compact and composed, and I would like to see him go on for a very long time. High wind coming into the box. Down the leg side.
Quinton Sampson's on now for a spell. Picked up 3 wickets in the first innings. I thought he bowled very well in the first innings to put Berbice under a lot of pressure. Along with Cadogan and Ricardo Adams, they did the job.
And it's not like they're world-class material. I mean, these batsmen are not applying themselves, simply put. Their bowlers have been steady, consistent, and they themselves, the batsmen, are getting themselves out. So I would like to see Hetmeyer, though, who I think was very, very compact and composed and confident. When I looked at his 18 runs in the first innings, I would like to see him bat for very long periods. That is in short supply. The insatiable appetite to bat on. I'm not seeing that, period.
Test matches ending in 3 days now simply because of a lot of white ball cricket. Where is the mentality, where is the stamina, where is the guts that says, I want to bat for a day and a half at least, you know, or 2 days. Look at Australia, 2 days of batting already. Loose shot from Hetmeyer, looking for that drive to the offside, missed the shot. Nice bit of bowling by the young man here, Samson. Just outside the off stump, that canal of uncertainty, as Red Pereira would tell you. Sorry, I missed that little celebration for him at Border just a couple of days ago. I think you missed as well, Naim, but I had another appointment. Wanted to be there. Middle and leg. Going further down the leg side. Line not the best on that occasion. Turned away to backward square for 1. Hetmeyer is on 4 now. So you need to build a nice innings. It doesn't matter the pressure you're under, you're out there batting. Tell yourself, I can do something good here. Not only for myself, but for my team. If we're going to go down fighting. Angel is on strike. Well ball. Quick single. Good cricket. Push down the ground. Nice shot. Just a little push. And only one it will be. The over comes to an end. 21 for the loss of 3. Berbice in the second innings.
Well, it's good to know that Guyanese remember their legends, as in the case of Reds Pereira. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been there. But amazingly, people like Reds, many years ago when Reds was intensely or rigidly involved in radio commentaries, they hardly had television coverage at that time. So it was a must that you have to listen or get the information through radio commentaries. I recall when I was a little boy, my grandfather had this sizable radio, big radio, and we'd listen to cricket in the wee hours of the morning.
That's how I got attracted to the game as well. Just listening to cricket commentaries. You remember that 75-76 series, West Indies in Australia when they were beaten 5-1. Tony Cozier, Reds Pereira.
But the nice thing is when you listen to these guys very early in the morning, the wee hours, the commentary sounds really good.
Beautiful.
Because the surroundings, wherever you are, it's pretty quiet and the atmosphere is still.
And it's not a lost art. It's just that technology is advanced. And you now have more viewership than listenership.
Well, anybody, if you have a choice, you may want to listen to the radio coverage and watch the videos, the visual.
It's still happening.
And it's happening. The radio is convenient. You can't have your television set in the vehicle on the road. So radio is still holding its part. Ricardo Adams operating. Angel batting. But Reds has had such a long, distinguished career that when Reds Pereira was doing commentaries at Border in 1994, England and the West Indies, it was his 100th Test match. It was my first. So my journey had just begun when this guy was 100 Test matches. There's a lot of confidence. Well, now the umpire raises his finger. So Angel goes from a demonic delivery, may I say. And for the first time, I'm seeing that the demon in the delivery has won against the angel. And he's gone back. Berbice in all sorts of trouble.
Naughty shot caught behind. That was a naughty shot from Angel. It was wide and he went for it. Got the under edge, catch taken by the keeper. That's smart with the cricket. You remove the man who top scored in the first innings of Berbice. You have to say what's left in this Berbice batting lineup, because the man who put up a little effort, a bit of resistance in the first innings, has gone back very disappointed. That was wide enough to go after, but not in control. Under edge, catch taken smartly by the keeper. That's the end of him. He made, tell you in a moment. So gone, caught behind of the bowling of Ricardo Adams for 9. 29 balls faced, 1 boundary. That's the end of him. The total is now 21 for the loss of 4. 16 overs gone. I'm certainly the way Berbice batted yesterday, they've continued from where they left off on day 2.
It would save me a lot of finance, because I was promising to put on a special meal for the commentators tomorrow, and I'll be saving that money, I'm very sure. Thank you very much, Berbice. So Berbice in all sorts of trouble here. Indrajit is wending his way into the comments position. And it looks as though we're going to have a 4-day game completed in 2 days.
Herein lies that very possibility. And I think you promised to cook for the guys after you saw the third wicket went down for Berbice, and you knew exactly what will happen.
Hallelujah, we're seeing through it. And that's why I chose Saturday instead of today.
He knew the game was finished.
Well, listen, 4 wickets have gone. Berbice in a heap of trouble. 21 runs on the board. They're still way from that 81. And this is not a pitch,
60 behind.
you know, that will be reflected on the scoreboard. Not at all. Look at this. From the beginning, from the time he hit the ball, they should have been no. A little scamper down the track, then low show, then they have to turn back. They look a little bit confused out in the middle there. The pitch is still a good one for batting. Angel going down the last wicket 9, cutting on a ball almost on the line of the off stump. You can't be doing that. He has seen how many wickets fell like that.
Well, the two of us had a very pertinent discussion off air. The on-air commentators were talking about the mediocrity of spinners in the Caribbean, and we made the point where it's not that spinners, or the other way around, it's that the quality of batting too is not helping our spinners, because the quality is poor. Right? I think that's the situation here. It's not that the bowling is above par, it's just that the batting is below par.
Yes, I agree with you. There are a combination of factors. Let us polish our words a little. I think they have not been real effective in international cricket, and there are reasons for that. I said a combination of factors. Yes, many of our batters in the region, you know, they have not handled the spinners well, so when you come to regional cricket, they take a heap of wickets. You give them a chance at the international level, they will struggle, and especially in the subcontinent. It's a big drive, he finds a gap between extra cover and widening off, out towards the boundary, will not get there, and they come back and pick up 2. On the other hand, tonight, there was an era in West Indies when we were not patient enough with some of our best spinners, who we felt could have, you know, if they had a better deal, would have done well at the international level. Some names come to mind. Rajendra Danraj, in my humble opinion, he was an ace spinner, played 4 test matches in 4 different countries. How can you develop a spinner like that? My opinion is that then skipper did not set a field for a spinner. Oh, big slash outside the line of the off stump, and the on the edge found between the stump and the keeper. The left-handed return come in and they'll collect 2.
Took the inside edge and almost dragged it onto his stumps. Quite lucky there, Jason Sinclair. Yeah, but very good point. And so the spinners produce in the West Indies at the regional level, and then they're exposed to world-class batters, and then all of a sudden you seem to be mediocre.
Yes, and good for Gurukesh Moti. He is coming through. We wish him all the best. He stayed focused there, and he could very well be one of them for the long haul in West Indies cricket, especially where we are void of natural pace. The over has been completed. At the end of it, the score has gone on to 27 for the loss of 4. Yes, I was making the point, Naeem.
And I'm glad you clarified it, that it's not like we're talking down Moti.
No, not at all.
Right, I'm glad you did that on my behalf as well.
Yes, Kima Roach, the question must be asked, as well as Gabriel, how more test matches, you know, they are going to be able to stay strong and fit. And because when you look at the present group of fast bowlers, medium fast bowlers, I may say in the Caribbean, you don't really have anybody who's going to blast people out. So we have to ensure that we groom our spinners and give them the chance. Anybody who knows cricket will say to you, spinners will take a longer time to develop. Shane Warne didn't come overnight. and the rest of them that we talked about. So we must be patient with our spinners. Dinanath Ramnarayan, he was disposed of in Test cricket when Dinanath Ramnarayan was on top of his game, brilliant leg spinner, and many felt he would have done well at Test cricket. Neil McGarrell from Guyana, you know, Mahendra Nagamutu were some of those guys that played Test cricket for the West Indies. McGarrell played one-day internationals, but they were never given the chance to grow and develop.
And then sweeping the West Indies too at that time, and I think it started from the Clive Lloyd era. We gotta go all pace for some reason or the other, which was successful anyway. It's not like we're taking away anything from the Pacers.
Good delivery. This one was pitch going down the leg side but came back into the right hander. He wasn't threatening long forward there, Sinclair. He's a tall guy. Should make use of those legs. Get to the pitch of the ball before you're forced right back in the crease. He's lucky. That hung in the air for quite some time, but away to the right of the field. And yes, you go ahead now.
I'm trying to get what's clicking in Sinclair's mind. Your side is 27 for 4, starting the innings with a deficit of 81. Practically every shot that he has played is some form of aggression you're seeing, and I'm wondering what is going through his mind. Is it to stay and erase the deficit and then start producing runs for the Essequibo side to chase, or is it a 10-over affair and let's just go about there hitting the ball as we saw from Chemo Paul? That has been in my stint with your panel, G, that has been singly the most worrying thing to me. Beaten outside the off stump, and disappointment to look at Chemo Paul in those few games, because I like the guy so much and for his talent that I was utterly surprised in the one-day version, 50 over, inter-county, as well as the 4-day.
I think we were all surprised, Naeem, because we felt here is Chemo coming back into the picture of regional 4-day cricket. Last year he had a very good season, committed Chemo Paul, ran in, bowled his heart out, got the results for his commitment as well. Was a little bit surprised with the way he went about his work.
The batting.
Yes, the batting
not
aspect.
right. His bowling
Right.
was quite good. But he was like hitting from ball one when he came in. It was regardless of the circumstances in the game, how bad or good his side was. Well, his side was bad when he arrived in the 1-day as well as in the 4-day game. He just kept chipping down and lashing as though he does not have to impress the selectors for Guyana and the West Indies.
That he underrated his opponent too. It's another case, and you're right about that. Almost every delivery he went after got himself out. Not good. He's in the Harpy Eagles team. Good for the young man. Terrific talent. Let's hope he can be a little bit more serious. Our official scorer here will say to me, it's 28 for the loss of 4. And getting back to that beautiful era of fast bowling in the West Indies, we produce a profusion of fast bowlers. We could have gotten 2 test teams at the same time. There's a huge question. How did we allow ourselves to go down this path?
Almost dragged it again onto his stumps. It's a volcanic eruption of haste and arrogance. For the second time, that ball actually was outside the off stump. I don't know what he's doing, but it's taking the inside edge. And instead of squaring it up, inside edge, missing the leg stump.
Well, he's not getting to the pitch of the delivery. He's not moving the right leg across. That is the customary thing if you want to go at one outside the line of the off stump. He's just standing and trying to deliver with the bat. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss, when that is your approach. We just saw Sinclair going down there, favoring those little muscles just above the knee area where we got, I think, hit yesterday while keeping the wicket. So he's another one too. Now he's holding the bat there. Longer format of the game. It's telling on the physical fitness too of our players.
But I don't understand. In your 20s, I used to roll tires, and I'm not any super athlete. We rolled tires, you know, from morning, night comes, we played cricket in the schoolyard until nightfall and was never tired.
This time it's down the leg side, eludes the diving keeper. And the return comes in. Is it a leg bar? You know, he got some touch onto it. So there's a single. That was a different era now. That's the days of eating edo, eating yam, cassava, plantain. These guys are on fast food.
And this is only day 2. Exhaustion is not a factor as far as I'm concerned. This is just a head issue, and it's becoming disgusting when you have to look at it and describe it to. A 4-day game, people are just slashing and trashing.
Well, he's gone, run out. What a way to be dismissed here. And that's Sinclair. It was a full-blooded drive. It got into the hands of the bowler there and then smashed into the stump, and Sinclair was out of the crease. Well, it can never ever go more wrong than what is happening out in the middle. Berbice, they are sinking into further trouble. And our very hard-working scorer here will just tell me he's gone for 9 with a score on 31. This is not good. This is disaster on top of disaster.
It's very unfortunate, may I say. I know he was looking to be dismissed, searching for a dismissal, and it wasn't coming his way. I don't know for what reason. And he's walking back very dejected. Pretty unfortunate dismissal nevertheless. It struck the bowler's hand, the straight drive from Hetmeyer, hard, struck the bowler's hand and deflected onto the stump. While all of that was happening, Sinclair was out of his crease. Unfortunate. It's a long time I haven't seen a dismissal like that. Pretty long.
Yeah, that is unfortunate indeed, and things are happening very quickly here for Essequibo. There's going to be great celebration in that camp, because most likely they might very well go on unless something miraculous happen here at the Enmore Community Center ground. That's Nigel Deodat, and he will want to celebrate that 6-wicket haul with a good innings here, but he's coming out when there are butterflies in the stomach.
And precarious circumstances. This is not nice what I'm seeing. And again, I'm emphasizing it's not a devil's advocate, the pitch. It's pretty placid. We're seeing people going back, jumping back into their crease. Okay, it's keeping a little lower than it was yesterday. So stretch on the front foot. And as I said, it's no tear
They have gotten partners in Malaysia, Nepal, and other regions of this world. They have joined, they are listening to the broadcast. We want to say hello to you guys. And we broadcast it on their platform, so we're bringing the cricket to the homes. Congrats to the Guyana Cricket Board for a new venture.
Yeah, there are several other aspects of the now Guyana Cricket Board that is very positive. One is climbing back, getting back into the schools. Swept away, long chase here for backward square. They're going to pick up at least 3. And nice work there from the man down from backward square. So the batsmen pick up 3 runs. So a lot of positives coming out of the Guyana Cricket Board. I'd like to salute you on the one hand. On the second is to welcome all our listeners outside of Guyana, outside of the continent, as well as Indrajit pointed out. And it is going to help to lift the game, I hope, because if people know that the cameras are on you, cricketers I'm talking about, the youngsters, it should help them to lift their standards.
Yes, you're right about that, Naima, with so many people viewing it now on live stream and so many leagues around the world.
They're scouting.
Yes.
People get to see you without coming here.
Exactly. So that's a whole new avenue. Cricket taken to another level in marketing it. Lovely looking drive. Off the back foot goes Nigel Dewlat. It's going to run pretty close towards the boundary. Doesn't get there. Brilliant work by Charles. Pulls it back and now will send a stiff return. And in the end they completed 3. Good looking shot. Good running between the wicket. Good fielding. Great moment of cricket.
Well, go make runs, Nigel, because you fielded super. You bowled extremely well. Now go show us a thing or two in your batting. Another sweep down to fine leg, backward square, again gives chase. I wonder if he's going to pull it back. Yes, he does. Just inside of the boundary. The batsman crossed for 2. So that's a deliberate shot. And Ricardo Adams may just want to push his backward square a little deeper so he can possibly cut it off. I think it was a deliberate and calculated shot there from Hetmeyer.
Yes, and a good looking one too. Got nicely to the pitch of the delivery and picking up 2.
Faster ball pushed out. You can see on Hetmeyer settling in. As I said, I hope he stays there for a while. That's the end of the over. Our scorer has 38 for the loss of 5. 19.4 overs.
Yeah, the score is 40 for the loss of 5. And you know, here is where we want to recognize a very effective partnership that is ongoing between the Guyana Cricket Board and the government of Guyana. We all know we have lost capacity for the longest while in this country, and because of that, effective partnership are necessary if we are going to progress as a nation in every facet. Mr. Bisundayal Singh, who is the president of the Guyana Cricket Board, has been able, he and his board, to foster that relationship with the government of Guyana. And that partnership, you know, the fruits are going to be born down the line. The signals are great. We're talking about the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport partnering with the Guyana Cricket Board for a nationwide under-19 cricket tournament. Might very well start with the inter-county one. They will be sponsoring that. Republic Bank is on the way as well with them. So many infrastructure is being built across the country. So there are great things happening. Like I said, you just compare where we are or where we were, where we want to go. The progress will definitely take place.
Well, I think cricket was deeply hurt after the exit or exodus of the Chetram Singh era into the Ramsey Ali era. And then it was one multitude of court matters. Everyone was ending up in court. and I don't think it was doing, beaten outside the off stump. I don't think it was doing anything good for cricket. While all of this infighting was happening, and some of it's still happening, cricket suffered the most. They were the victims. But I'm glad to hear that the more facilities we get, more cricket will play, more cricket play. If you don't play, you wouldn't develop your skill. So we want more cricket, and we want it among the youngsters.
Yes, and all level as well too. And you know, Ghana Cricket Board, they have found a guy that is very proactive, and his network is a good one. I speak of Mr. Anil Bihari. You know, he's at the forefront there. He has been placed as the marketing rep for the Demerara Cricket Board, and they have tasked themselves with under 15, under 17, under 19, senior cricket as well. And now they're beginning to group women together. I think tomorrow, if I'm correct, yes, it's tomorrow, the Queen's College ground. They are asking women to go there to be trained. There are going to be trial matches so that they can have the best of the females representing Demerara. So great things are happening. That's a great shot. Off the back foot, will not get a boundary there. Nigel did that. The timing, the placement was to perfection. Good looking shot.
Yes, I was asked to mention that too on my television program, calling out on women. I think that's a Demerara trial,
Yes, Demerara.
and it's tomorrow. It might be just good for us to echo it. We'll get the confirm the date for you. But they're calling out ladies. So young ladies, if you're interested in cricket, I guess at some stage we'll be giving you that information from the commentary box. We can have our representative. Tanya is here with us. She's a young scorer. You can have her in the, what is it, under 19? Tanya looks like under 19 anyway.
I think it's under 15.
No comment. But more cricket, more, it will help to uplift the game in the country, and the more you do that. Flicked away, down towards fine leg, just a single there. So Hetmaya and Nigel Deodat, the batsmen there at the moment. And the score now 42 for the loss of 5. I understand the trial or trials will commence from Sunday. Young Randy tells us, Randy Latif, our technical guy. So I'm wondering, I see the players edging away from the center of play. The two batsmen are heading away. It can be a declaration, I know. So it's got to be lunch, right?
Well, the two umpires are there now. The bails have been taken off by Shannon Crawford, and it's lunch on day number 2. Berbice bowled out, you recall, for 94, and then Essequibo overnight 156 for the loss of 9. Today they ended their innings at 175, inducing a lead of 81 on first innings against Berbice. Well, Berbice started their second innings, and they're not doing pretty well. And certainly 9-10 will tell you about Berbice respond to that 81 deficit.
But the response was not encouraging. They kept losing wickets one by one. Algu, he went for 5. Karim went for 2. So you can imagine how this was happening by 10:20 this morning. The wickets were all tumbling. Garfield Benjamin, he went for a duck. Angel, who top scored in the first innings, he went for 9, and St. Clair was run out in unfortunate circumstances. He went for 9. It was then 31 for 5. Chasing a lead, of course, a deficit batting in the second innings of 81. So at lunch, they're 43 for 5. They're looking to erase 81 and then post a total for Essequibo to challenge. Remember that we've got more than 2 days of cricket still available to be played in this 4-day encounter. So in a nutshell for you, Berbice, they're tottering at 43 for 5 on day 2 at lunchtime. So we'll be coming back in a while. You can rejoin us then.
Well, hello once again. Welcome back to the Enmore Community Center on the east coast of Demerara in Guyana. Day number 2. The post-lunch session is about to be started in the Guyana Cricket Board Senior Intercounty 4-Day Championship 2023. At lunch, Berbice in their second innings trailing Essequibo by 81 on first innings. They were 43 for the loss of 5 with Nigel Deodat on 6, Sion Hetmaya on 11, still 38 runs away to wipe off that 81 first innings deficit. You just can recall Berbice 94 in the first innings, and Essequibo responded with 175 when they batted. So Anthony Adams will continue for this end, very long spell, and he'll be bowling to the right-handed Nigel Deodat. Here's the first ball to begin the post-lunch session. Lots of air, but slow through the air, well bowled. As I say, good afternoon to my colleague, my brother, Pastor Matthew Kisur.
You had a good lunch in the dream. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to viewers, listeners all over the world, especially in Guyana, in the counties, Demerara, Berbice, and Essequibo. Keen contest, but day 2. One would expect, based on what's happening, that this game can end today. Berbice still behind by 38 runs. But you have to say 4 wickets in hand, because it's unlikely that Junior Sinclair, the captain, will come out to bat with that right ankle injury. A bit swollen. And that's a big loss to them in retrospect, when you look at the fact that he's been in good form. Got 92 in that first game. Really, things not looking good for Berbice Street, but nice conditions, brilliant sunshine. It's been another good day for cricket.
Certainly it has. And, you know, they need to build it in partnership if they are going to take this match into a third day. At this juncture, they're in a world of trouble. Good play by Nigel Deodat. He read the spin well. Smothered the spin as he stretched forward. He's a tall boy.
On debut, not a bad cricketer at all. Having a good first look at him. Full toss over the head of Samson and down to the boundary for 4. Well, when you get those gifts, you've got to capitalize on them, enjoy them, put them away, and give your team a little chance. You've got to put away the bad ball. That
Yes,
was a
nothing.
full toss.
Yeah, nothing was wrong with that. Good-looking shot to bring the first over after the lunch interval to a close. And at the end of it, the score moves on to 49. Yeah, that's right, 49. And we must mention too, it's just not only that 49. They have lost 5 wickets.
Correct. Hetmaya and Deodat resuming. Hetmaya 11 not out. He needs to put in a big effort for Berbice here. When you've got a big name, you've got to back that name up as well. But it's not just about the name, it's the talent, it's the ability, it's wanting to perform and do well for yourself personally, and then of course the team. This Hetmaya, Sion Hetmaya, is probably not going to want to play for a West Indies or even a Guyana team, but when you play at this level, you still want to perform well.
Yes, he has played a lot of cricket in Berbice. Rosehall, Kanji boy. He has done well so far for that club. He's experienced, and I think they are looking up to him now for leadership to ensure that he just pull them out of this bundle of trouble that they are in. Quinton Sampson starts from the northern end of the ground and starts well, Matthew, right on target.
Yes, he got 3 wickets in that first innings. Sampson, good all-around cricketer. His name is in the limelight a lot. And when, you're asking a lot of a player, sometimes that can put you under pressure as well to perform. Sometimes you can overindulge in attempting to perform in that well. That kept low, nipped back into him from outside the off stump. Good delivery, good movement, inward movement.
And they're bowling well on these kinds of pitches. Just allowing the ball to drop in the good areas, and then the pitch will do the rest, whether it comes through with a low bounce or it just pops a little. They're not looking for that extra piece, and this is good to see.
Nice shot through mid wicket for Hetmeyer. Heading out towards the boundary. The fielder will pull it back just inside. Sends his return. Good service to the keeper. 2 more to Hetmeyer. Very nimble on his feet. Plays some good cover drives, and he's very strong on the pads. Nice 2 there for the young man.
And there's another match in second round action of the Guyana Cricket Board Senior Intercounty Male Tournament. That begins tomorrow, Matthew, at the GCC ground border in Georgetown. Demerara, they will be hosting the Select 11. So that should be a good match, and the Guyana Cricket Board will be broadcasting that live on their Facebook page. FL Sports will be broadcasting on Facebook and YouTube. So that's another great initiative.
Barnwell versus Chandrika. And I saw, I think, Ashkaya Prasad is the vice captain for the Demerara side. Very disappointing season for him. I mean, missed out. Was with the Guyana Happy Eagles, but has missed out because of poor performance with the bat, basically.
Yes, I mean, Anderson has scored. He deserves his place in that Harpy Eagle team. This is an on drive. This is going to run away down towards the long on boundary. And it goes across the boundary now for 4. Fine looking shot. Just moving in line. And that looks good by Sion Hetmeyer to bring the over to an end. At the end of the over, that too has brought up the 50. It's gone on to 55 actually for the loss of 5. But that was a beautiful on drive.
Yes, that back foot punch shot, you call it, down the ground on the onside. And that is the class of Hetmeyer, senior Hetmeyer. You talked about him playing a lot of cricket in Berbice. Berbice play hard cricket and they play a lot of cricket. So he would have batted for many, many hours. And so his technique is good. When he got out in the first innings, played the ball too airish to mid-off. It was a nice catch that dismissed him. Tumbling to his right with both hands and coming up with that catch when he was dismissed. Sampson took that catch at mid-off. But you have to be, if you're a good player with experience, if you're going to get out, it must never be a soft dismissal. You must never be dismissed in a very soft manner because you're a quality player at this level, at the intercounty level and so on. You're a quality player. You're a cut above the youngsters who are playing for Berbice. You call this a Berbice B team, but you're a senior player, and you've got to lead by example.
Yes, and here's a little bit misfield in the outfield there. Quinton Sampson didn't got to the ball earlier. Could not have prevented the run. They capitalized. They take the run. And we want to make this call again to all female who are desirous of playing hard ball cricket for Demerara. Well then, let me tell you, the venue is Queen's College. The date is tomorrow, starting from 9 hours. You can go there and you are going to be trained. There will be trial matches. You know, knowledge will be dispensed. The Demerara selectors are looking to put together a Demerara female team. And I'll tell you who you can contact. Good delivery this time, onto the back foot. You can contact the chairman of the competitions committee for the Demerara Cricket Board, Kavita Yadram, on 655-1010. Nicely whipped off the pads. and picks up a single through mid-wicket. So contact Kavita Yadram on 655-1010 for that trial match. Turn up at Queen's College Ground. The guy at the Demerara Cricket Board will be waiting for you there. He's going over the top. Another brave shot we see from Nigel Deodat. It's not going to get to the boundary. And the return now will come in from Wazi Mohammed, fielding on the boundary area. But he's not afraid with the field in to go over the top. The over has been completed. And Tanya says, at this time, the score has moved on to 59 for the loss of 5.
Spare some good words for Tanya. She's been good, the digital scorer here, and really assisting us well.
It's always good to have a rose among the thorns in the commentary box. And Tanya knows how to tolerate these guys.
But Cheetah, at Queen's College Ground now, you can have 3 pitches there. A lot of cricket is being played there now.
Well, you're an umpire, and it's good to that.
I've done some matches there.
Yeah.
But what I like is that they recently built a nice little stand. I passed there and I saw it nicely painted up. Looks good. That's an encouragement for persons to come into the ground and watch some cricket as well.
Yes, I recall when I was a member of the Parent Teachers Association at Queen's College, those were plans that were put together and finances were being sought to ensure that the ground is uplifted.
I think another stand would be good to have there, to be honest. To be fair to the situation, another stand would be nice to have at Queen's College.
So Garfield Phillips, another left arm spinner, will pick the bowling up from the northern end of the ground, and he'll be bowling to Sion Hetmeyer. So once again, to all females who are interested in playing hardball cricket, or even though you're not interested, you want to see what it looks like, give it a try. You might never regret that moment. Go down tomorrow, 9 hours, Queen's College Ground, trial matches for the Demerara female hopefuls will say, wrapped on the pad on the back foot. No, says umpire Nagasar, in his mind, that was going down the leg side.
He gave an LBW decision earlier, and when you look at that one, I thought that would have been a little closer than the previous decision he would have given when he gave that one out. This one was a little bit closer. Not out, he says. That's all right.
Well, he wasn't stretching long forward here, Sion Hetmeyer. He was across the stumps. The ball kept low on him, but the umpire is the boss.
And yeah, that was Benjamin when he was out. Benjamin went for a duck.
Off the back foot. Looking to trash this one through the offside field, got it away to the right of mid-off and getting a single in the process.
What a cardinal dismissal, Jason Sinclair, that ran out. I call it a cardinal dismissal because that was no fault of his. It was a good straight drive from Sion Hetmeyer. Sampson got a hand to it, hit the stumps, he was out of his ground. My goodness me. That's so hard in cricket, very hard.
When it's not going for you, it's not going for you. That's the last way that Berbice would have wanted to lose a wicket, and they did.
And Jason Sinclair can bat, and that's the point. I think he wanted to stay there. You saw the body language from him, the intent. He wanted to stay there and bat. But to be dismissed in that fashion, just opened the gate even wider for another sort of collapse with the Berbice batting. But spirit thought for Nigel Deodat. Looks good. He looks very good, I must be honest. He looks good on debut. One would hope that he can go on.
Yes, he has looked good with the bat as well, and this is backing up. His fine bowling, a 6-wicket haul. Another West Berbice man, Nigel Deodat.
He's on 14.
Nowadays after.
Plays the sweep shot well, Hetmeyer, as I said, very strong on his pads. Like his brother, very strong on the leg side as well. Shamron plays some pick shots into the leg side area. Very famous and popular for those shots.
And at one point in Berbice, many Berbicians felt that Sion Hetmyer was the better batsman, comparing the two.
Down the track, but straight to mid-off. Sampson is there. Good use of the feet. Or then time it enough to maybe put it to the left, a bit straighter. Straighter mid-off would have given Sampson a long chase. The over comes to an end. 61 for the loss of 5.
Yes, Matthew, and over again, so many pundits of the game will say to you, hitting the ball like a thunderbolt is not the key to great batsmanship. Batting is an art. It's the art of scoring runs. And the longer format of the game, that's the reason why they call 5-day cricket test cricket. It tests everything. It tests your total character. You know, Shivnarine Chandapal would have faced that same delivery and played with soft hands, placed it where he wants it, and gets a single. This one was smacked with a lot of power, but there's nothing to show for it.
You can see that Hetmyer wants to stay there. 17 from 53 balls. That's not bad.
No, not at all. In the circumstances of the game, he's been fighting it out in the middle.
A little inside edge onto that one. That kept low. Ricardo Adams has toiled away. They trail by what? 20 runs now, Jeet. So that's the magic figure to erase and make Essequibo bat again. For me, I'm always concerned about young cricketers coming on. They get this clout, big name, you know, big hitters and so on, but then some of them just can't go on beyond a certain level. That's the difference. You look at cricketers, you look at Sherman Hetmyer, being able to play at the international level at a young age, all 3 formats of the game, fantastic. Compare him with some other players who've been around with him as well, they haven't gone on.
I heard you said in all formats, limited formats for the West Indies, lots of franchise cricket for Shimran. So here's Adams adjusting the long on. No doubt he's going to be flighting this one to Sion Hetmyer. Let's see if he's going to go aerial or he's going to choose to go all along the ground. So he's going aerial, he's gone. That's a humongous shot. Over wide long on, just behind the commentary box. That's a great shot for 6. We knew he's going to toss it up, and he responded in grand style.
Nice shot. Now down the track. He took the helmet off. Maybe the helmet was keeping him back a bit, especially to the spin of Ricardo Adams. Picked up a beautiful 6 over wide long on to carry his total to what? 23?
Yeah.
Well, the overs come to an end. It's 68 for the loss of 5.
23? Big 6 from Hetmyer there to end the over. So he's batting capless now. 9 Chan comes back in, replacing Inderjeet.
From the commentary box end.
Looks like Garfield Phillips, is it? That's having a ball.
Yeah.
From the northern end. Welcome back, 9. Good afternoon. We would have had lunch, I suppose, but again, wonderful conditions. Still, it's remained like this all day. Thus far. Welcome back. Good shot. Beautifully played by Nigel Deodat, heading out towards the boundary. Nicely pulled back inside. They come back for 3. Good looking shot from Deodat. Both batsmen have looked good so far. Came together with the score of 31 for 5. It's now progressed to 71 for 5. Nice partnership building. Good afternoon, Nigel.
Trail like that, right?
Yes, good afternoon. So they're trailing by 10 runs in deficit So the Essequibo lead that they mustered. Quick single. I think they'll get it too. The running has not been bad between the batsmen out there for the entire match. There may have been a mix-up here or there, but for the entire tournament, we saw some good running between the wicket and at Providence at the National Stadium. So this tournament is continuing tomorrow at the GCC ground board, I understand. Nice fielding. That has been another hallmark of the tournament. We had seen some exceptional or exceptionally good fielding from Berbice as well. Spearheaded by Deodat. I was wondering whether Deodat can bat to top off his all-round performance. He's looking pretty sound.
What I like about this pair, they're looking for the singles, the twos. They got a 3 just now. So they're looking to score. That's important. You're in a deficit by what? 8 runs now? Get that out the way and give Essequibo some runs to go after. That's good cricket. You want a good score as well, but a nice bit of work by Wasim Mohammed just now feeding that ball at point. So the cricket is showing a little bit more, there's a bit more effort as the over comes to an end. 73 for the loss of 5 Naeem at the end of 27 overs. This partnership needs to keep going.
Absolutely. I don't think I can lament that more than I have been doing for the entire tournament, not only this game, that the batsmen have not been showing that hunger and that insatiable appetite to bat on for very long periods, although they know it's a 4-day game. So I'm glad to see, in particular these 2 batsmen, because they look pretty sound, spearheaded by Sion Hetmeyer, but they're having some mid-pitch conferences discussing, quite possibly, let's hang in here. Nice sweep. They'll pick up 2 runs at least here. It's fine, and the backward square had some work to do, giving chase to his right.
Naeem, the highest partnership so far, 44. Added for the 6th wicket in the match.
No, they had a 44.
Oh, so they've equaled that.
Yes.
That's right.
They had a 44.
So they've equaled that.
Between Rennie and one of the other batters. Yeah. Rennie and Hubbard for the 3rd wicket as equivalent.
Correct. So the next one will put them past the highest partnership for the match so far.
But I'm delighted at the approach I'm seeing now. They please my heart just to see them wanting to stay. It's all about 4-day cricket, and the world has been struggling to keep the longer version of the game intact. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Money fills everyone's eyes. You want to go behind money.
Careers of cricketers come to an end very quickly these days. I remember the likes of a Brad Hogg who would have played T20 cricket for his country, and he was about, how old, 41 plus. Pitched outside the leg stump. Swept around the corner to backward square. Let's wait for any signal from the umpire. They took 2 there. Got a little bat onto that. Again, nice work by Nigel Deodat. He's what, 23 now?
Yeah.
23 from 31 balls. And so if you're making money, make your money, do your thing, as he would say in our language. Make your money, do your thing, because you don't know how long you'll be in the game for. And I think that's what a lot of the youngsters are capitalizing on. Again, the sweep shot. Nicely played. And that That's gone for a boundary. Nicely swept. Final this time. Not a chance for the man running back at all to catch that. And that's a good boundary for the young man to end the over. 28 overs completed. 81 is it?
Yeah.
81 for the loss of 5, and they've what? Equal the they've equal
They trail by 4.
they trail by 4, so it's 77 for 5 at the end of the over, 28 gone 9. Nice way to end the over. As you watch it on the replay. Nigel Deodat 23 from 33. Sion Hetmeyer 24 from 56. Adams 2 for 39. So far, but we've learned that Junior Sinclair, the captain of Berbice, will play no further part in the game. I think we were saying that earlier today, this morning, about him and that ankle injury. I had a look at it, swollen.
Now we come through.
That right ankle. Beg your pardon. 2 for 43, Ricardo Adams, after 14 overs, so he's been steady. It's obvious that bowlers have got to work more harder in this innings, especially the spin bowlers. Garfield Phillips continuing from the northern end. Angle that ball down the leg side. But yes, if you got to make it money, make it. And one youngster that comes to mind is young Sharfin Rutherford, who would have played some 4-day regional cricket for Guyana, but hasn't played much. He's played a lot of franchise cricket thus far and has done well for himself, his family, and seems to be comfortable with it.
Big shot, expansive, over the top from Sion Hetmeyer. He knows his head is on his shoulder. He knows exactly where he wanted to have that. You could have seen him looking upwards, hoisting it over the infield, picking up 2 valuable runs. They're probably just about overtaking the 81 lead now. It has all come to an end. The party is over for Sion Hetmeyer. Energy tells me it's a drifter. I think he was absolutely deceived. And he heads back to the pavilion. Very, very unfortunate. And I said this earlier, I've been saying it in the second innings again, that some batsmen, I would love to see them bat on. Sion Hetmeyer was one. Unfortunately, I think he was absolutely deceived. So kudos has to go to Phillips. That it was a good delivery. Bowled him, all ends up beaten, and he walks back dejected, but that's reality. You've got to go.
Yeah, nicely pitched in line, middle stump, came down the track, and that was the end of him. 26 he made from what, 59 deliveries?
Yeah.
83 for 6 now. So in essence, what, 2 runs on? They lead by 2 with, you have to say, 3 wickets in hand, with no Junior Sinclair to come.
Who's the new batter?
Sonish Dani.
Essequibo.
This Danai.
Long sound of eye.
He's going to face his first delivery. I wonder what's going through his mind. Let me just go down and swipe these deliveries all over the ground. Become a star, get selected for the IPL. An innings of no character. Not finding out or not knowing, oblivious to what your team needs you to do. A lot of these batsmen have depicted that. There is absolutely no doubt about it. Come in there, swiping all over the place in a 4-day game. Now the forward short leg has come in, putting some pressure on the batsman. That's the end of the over.
So just 2 runs on with 3 wickets in the bag. You want to predict the total that they will give Essequibo to defend? Given the circumstances of the game right now?
Well, it's not looking good. That's what I can predict in the Berbice favor. It's looking good as far as I'm concerned for Essequibo. So it's how long they can survive, and many of them did not seem to realize that. They were not, their body language did not depict that. It's the swiping ones that basically can aggravate you. I think Sion Hetmeyer was showing us that he wanted to stay there. He was unfortunately deceived on board. And young Deodat, they're the two people who have been showing us we want to stay and take our side to some measure of respectability.
26 from 60 balls, 1-4-1-6. Yes, he wanted to stay there, but why come down the track? The ball that was pitched on the middle stump kept a bit low and deceived, all ends up.
It's a wild agricultural shot, we'll say. Driving into the offside, taking the inside edge, and coming down into the onside. Ricardo Adams has been an extremely hard worker. Big shot down into the mid-wicket region. They've gone for 1. They're going to come back for 2. Plucky little batsman, Deodat.
I thought he was looking to deceive him there, giving the ball some air, but too much, and turn it into a full toss and put away nicely for 2. Remember, Enmore, the outfield slow. So you're not going to pick up boundaries that easily. You've got to hit the ball very hard. Timing has got to be really good to get a boundary here.
It seems that Ricardo Adams is short on clothing. He can do with a change of clothing. He's put on a few pounds there of dirt on his trousers. He's been a very hard worker, just rubbing the ball continuously, and very dirty trousers there. But that's the end of the over. But he has been a stalwart bowling. He's a level-headed cricketer. And of course there's the other Adams that is playing for the Harpy Eagles. He's been drafted into the side. Glad to see that too. Anthony Adams. So Berbice struggling, fighting up for survival, and the match, I can't say delicately poised. I think it's poised in favor of Essequibo at the moment, as I say. Good afternoon to Inderjeet.
Hello, Naeem. Good afternoon to you. Hello, viewers, listeners.
In the air, he's taking the catch. That's the end of Deodat. We were just talking a little bit about whether Deodat will, he has been showing that he wants to stay, but then something went wrong. He clicked the wrong time, wrong shot selection, and instead of getting it over mid-on, he lobbed it straight into the hands of the mid-on fielder. So Berbice tottering and stuttering further into the doldrums as Deodat makes his exit off the field. And Dana is also walking next to him, escorting him, telling him farewell perhaps, in preparation for an Essequibo victory here.
You called it so right there, Naeem. I think at some point somebody need to remind these batters from the Berbice team that no longer you depend on the steamers, Malali, Kurupukari, and Makaura to get across the Berbice River to take you there. There's a bridge now, so you can get there as fast as possible, because This is the only explanation I can have. Why these guys are trying to hurry the bowling? Is it that they want to get back to Berbice as soon as possible? Now the approach here is not right. We can only, you know, guess what might be the problem for the Meriden after missing out on red ball cricket for such a lengthy period. They're just trying to get back into the groove of things. They still have another match to play in the inter-county level for these. But you know, you're expecting a far better showing, especially guys that weren't given an opportunity previously, having won now. And what beautiful atmosphere at Enmore. Coconut palms, you know, a multitude of other fruit trees around the ground. Great atmosphere, sunshine streaming down in all its glory. Nice wind, fresh wind, not contaminated with anything whatsoever. You want to enjoy that atmosphere. I'm afraid we can't say that for the Berbice Bandits.
And enjoying the atmosphere will be short-lived. That's how it appears. For us in the commentary box at least, that we would not be stretching this game very long, and so we had a nice 2 days of absolutely brilliant Atlantic breeze ushering into the commentary box. It has been fantastic. We were barely surviving in the last round, looking at the hazy conditions and the rain might come, but you know, it has all been brilliant sunshine here.
That's Garfield continues bowling from the northern end of the ground. As a tall, slender figure of Keon Sinclair. After a long time, it's good to see men in white out in the middle. We are accustomed to so much clothing. And he's defending, gets a good delivery, that it's pitched up. So you're seeing 86 for 7 on the screen. Technically, it's 86 for the loss of 8 because Junior Sinclair will play no further part in this game. So we're going to have an early day, early match. But you never know what can happen out in the middle.
But not to the attitude that we've been looking at. And that's, we don't want necessarily to lambaste. These are all youngsters trying to play cricket, of course. That's their speciality. And they're pretty young guys. And you mentioned a very important point that it has been, the game has been in hiatus for some 9 years. And I was mentioning to Matthew a short while ago that it's not only here, but the world is struggling to keep the longer version of the game intact. And it's a big struggle. Beaten outside the off stump. Good bowling here from Phillips. End of the over.
Yes, Naeem, and a good pattern of things are taking place in the region because in Trinidad and Tobago, as we speak here, they're having their premier 3-day cricket tournament being played in Trinidad and Tobago. The country is divided into different zones and so on. So they're playing the longer format there now. In the Leeward Islands too, they have a 2-day cricket tournament. And that's good to see. And you know, one of the blessed things too is that we're having a regional police T20 competition. You remember the days when the police used to tour each other's territory in CARICOM? That has been reintroduced. So good things are beginning to happen. It's going to take a while before those things blossom.
Talking about police, they had a famous team. They always attract great cricket players. I believe some of them were contracted, maybe not full-time police, but you catch them, you swear them in, make them rural constables, and the next day you're fit and ready to play.
Yes, and you give some work too. What do you call them? Justice of the peace? And look, Ricardo Adams, he's bowling from the Martyrs end. And boy, he has given his best for his county. I heard you talking, Naima, about a change of clothes. I just learned that he's already borrowed 2 pairs. There's none other that he can get. So he has to go through this.
But like dust and mud, he attracts it, right?
That's a combination of dust and perspiration out in the middle. And it it's a reflection of the hard work. He doesn't mind the color of that pantalones that he's sporting, the white one. Once he looks back and he sees that his name is under that 4th column in the scorebook, he's going to feel delighted.
But he's a very hard worker, no doubt about that. Big shot over the top. This will carry. It would not carry to for 6, but it certainly goes over the boundary ropes for 4. Nice little shot. You've seen the orthodox mid-off, orthodox mid-on, and he calculated well, struck it over the top. Good shot in the end.
Our scorer, Tanya, whenever it's possible, my dear, can you give us the figures for Ricardo Adams? To my mind, he has bowled unchanged from this end. And Tanya says 15 overs. Is it a 16th over from this end? 2 for 50. That's human services.
But not only is bowl unchanged, his clothing is unchanged too, as we mentioned before. He's an amusing character. It's kind of funny.
Nice guy.
But that's all a lighter side of it, nevertheless. Another big, expansive shot. Doesn't get hold of it this time. Pick up a single, nevertheless. But the Adams, you know, I'm so delighted, Inderji, to see that Essequibo's cricket has lifted. I am so happy for them that I wish they can just go on and win the tournament.
And they stand a very good chance in doing that. I don't see them losing against Berbice here. So they will go on top of that points table. And with one more match to go, you know, Essequibo can consider themselves with a great chance for winning the inter-county 4-day title. That's for the first time they're going to do that. And that's going to be added benefits to the development of their cricket. Their president was here a few minutes ago, did hail us out in the commentary box. So he's following his team.
And I'm happy for them for all the reasons. A lack of sponsorship on the Essequibo coast. It's a far-flung area from central Georgetown. Big shot, misses outside the off stump. Then you have Mr. Cayman Sankar's ground is inoperable. A lot of money is to be plugged into that ground by the owners. So limited facilities, limited sponsorship, and still with this kind of showing, I'm delighted. Cross bat, mid-on, picks up, return comes in, wide of the bowler. Would have been pretty close, but a direct hit may have done it. But pretty close.
Yes, you call that one a big swing. That was what you call a wallop. Going across the line from outside the line of the off stump. And Essequibo, I'm still wondering to know if it's still known as the Cinderella County. Nightmare was over there. If they're ever Cinderellas, they no longer wear those slippers. Many of them are high heel shoes. Lipstick, rouge, eyeshadow. They're driving fancy
Nose
bikes
rings.
and cars as well.
Nose rings and ankle rings.
No longer Cinderellas.
I guess they're probably saying we're walking on it.
Anklets.
All the assets, gold, the magnesium, now oil, all in that region.
Yes, a county of beautiful women. Wonderful place, Essequibo. Hello to all of you that tune in to 592 Live. Broadcasting from Enmore. Our last trip there was last year at the Imam Bacchus ground. What a fine turn up of spectators. Very, very vociferous. And the hospitality knew no limitations. We were well treated. The over's been completed. At the end of the over, Daniel says that the score is 92 for the loss of 7.
And I'm glad for Essequibo, apart from cricket, because cricket will move forward. I can't figure it's going to go back, because we're going to have an upliftment of the playing facilities. I think a stadium is scheduled for Anna Regina. And I see a spanking new hotel, a couple of million US dollars being constructed in the same area. So that guy would have to have a lot of confidence in the economy and a springboard because of oil, a springboard of the influx of tourists and business as in general. When all of that happens, I guess cricket will have an upliftment. It will rub off because you'll have an injection of more money into the sport, apart from facilities too.
Yes, and that's the right thing taking place. The foundation is being laid. And especially in our school system too, with a competition for both primary and secondary school. Today we are having this kiddies cricket. So you teach them young. It is left inside of them. And if you never give them the opportunity, how do you know, what they can become?
Big shot. This is going to clear the boundary ropes. It does. Straight over the top, Danai. And Danai denies Ricardo Adams. For the first time, Hans Akimbo looks a sigh of perplexity creasing his forehead as he contemplates the next move. He's been a very hard worker. I want to ask a very intriguing question. You're a long-time teacher. You've spent the maximum amount of years in the profession. Let's look at Adams first. Just the excitement that I've had because of the bringing back of school cricket. Now some people will be arguing it might take away from their studies. I was wondering for a fleeting moment if consideration would ever be given for school cricket to be played, even if it's in one of the 2 months holidays. It's a long period. Play some of it in the school term, during school, and then maybe use some of the holidays. If a kid likes cricket, he wouldn't mind. I mean, that will be holiday for him anyway.
And you're right about that, Naeem. And what it does too is to remove the number of extra lesson classes during what they call summer months.
Correct.
In Guyana, you're watching some of our children going with suitcases for all those private lessons.
True.
Of course, they don't have suit and ties there. They're all textbooks and printouts. What needs to be happen? Why is it that at the school level, the cricket is being played during the months of
98?
March, maybe February? That's because of our inter-county tournament, which is played during the months of April. And then that goes into West Indies on the 15th in April, May as well. But yes, I agree with you. You want to give them that opportunity during the holidays to have organized sports. There's some changes taking place. We can talk about that during the course of this stint.
Phillips. Big shot. That's going to carry towards the boundary. Yeah, strong shot. He's in a hurry.
Kian Sinclair.
He's in a hurry, and
22 is the lead.
I hope he survives. What they need, I wonder if we can know what the lead is now.
22, I think.
21.
29.
Early 20s, 21, I'm told.
12 more shots like those, and it can change the complexion of the game.
I like his forward defensive. He's a pretty tall youngster. He's stretching halfway down the pitch.
Yeah, and one of the good things too, starting in the school system, is a structured music program. So here we talk in the arts, we talk in music, we talk in sports. At the moment, the Ministry of Education, they're undertaking a massive project to employ music teachers into the school system. Guitar, piano, drums, harmonium, those are all things they're looking at.
There's the end. The party is over, Mr. Sinclair. Thank you very much. Safe journey as you make your way back. This game, he wanted to finish it desperately before the tea time interval. And he's, may I say, succeeding at a very fast rate. Berbice, this is numbskull cricket. That's what I'm looking at. I simply don't understand. Big shots. we saw it from the other Sinclair early on, and the same thing was happening. Something is happening with the fuse here. We need a big-time electrician to correct the fuses that are being blown away.
Well, it's like the Fast and Furious. You live fast, you die young. He's walking back to the pavilion, you know, with all the cricket that is being played in Berbice. They have a structured program for which their cricketers are coming through. These guys aren't justifying their selections of the team. They can do far better, irregardless of the pandemic that caused cricket to be put on a hold, irregardless of the rainy season. It's a mindset. Everybody wants to be glamorous for the cameras. You know, you want to show that you can hit sixes, you can hit four. That's not the way
I'm
to
waiting
go.
for the call from India for IPL. That's what they're waiting for. I was told an amazing thing in the G by a former fast bowler who has apparently had a short stint with the senior players, Guyana camp. And some of the youngsters, their conversations were all about getting to the IPL. That is all. Well, let the IPL make you. Unfortunately, if you have that mindset, the IPL doesn't make anybody. The IPL collects you after you were made by our local structures.
Well, success depends on so many things, Naeem. It depends on the power structures you have in developing the cricket. It depends on money, time, commitment. Most of all, it depends on you. You can have all the structures in the world, the best trainers, but if you yourself do not decide to do the basic things to uplift your skills, you're not going to succeed, irregardless of what.
I'm wondering whether we should ask the IPL to donate something back to us, because appeal not outsays the umpire, because it is my ground that I weed with my slasher that I pay for to groom these youngsters. We all contribute to them, our taxes, to groom them, and then we hand them to you. You get God's gift there. You don't have to do anything with them. And then you make all the money with them. Shouldn't you be giving me back something? But somewhere along the line in the JIT, I'm thinking our respective boards must, you got to contract, have these guys on the contracts. They have to give back. If they're going to the IPL, you're making some money, you have to give back to our board, some percentage, something to tie them down a little more.
Well, the truth be told, Naeem, those that are playing IPL and some other franchises as well, a percentage of their contract sum is given to the West Indies Cricket Board, the Cricket West Indies now. And those monies, every single year, cricket boards around the different territory, they will get a subvention from Cricket West Indies. And I'm sure that's a part of it as well. How much is the percentage? I don't want to give my mouth liberty to call it, but something is definitely coming back.
And I hope that the listeners aren't getting me wrong. It is, I am not angry for these guys to make money. It is just that you're bleeding my structure, and then I'm not getting you to even play for us. You know, so somewhere along the line, I mean, follow, copy, see what England is doing and India. You know, their players are always available to play under their flags.
You know, Naeem, and if we roll back the years, asking one question, what West Indies cricket meant to the Caribbean man in those eras of glorious West Indian cricketers. It was a form of identity to beat England at their own game, and that has to do with the history of being under the leadership of colonial masters. You know, when we beat them at their own game, you can imagine that jubilation when we beat them at Lord's for the first time. That has gone out the window. Many of our young cricketers do not read the history of West Indies cricket. Thus, they do not understand what it means to the Caribbean man. what it means to us is different from what it means to other people playing the game.
Well, Richards didn't hesitate to make that very
He
clear.
understood it.
And that's why they said, listen, we're going to thrash you. We need 4 fast bowlers, all 4 from the 4 parents of slavery, and we are going to destroy you. I'm going to go in the jeep. You'll be joined by Matthew.
Yes, and you asked Sir Viv in his biography. I'll just quote a few words from his biography. He said, whenever he picks that willow and walks out into the middle, he saw that black woman with the mokra basket on her head in the sun. He played for her. That tells you what cricket means to the Caribbean man. Hello, Matthew.
Hi, Jeet. Good afternoon. Good thoughts here. They're very powerful indeed. The over comes to an end. 105 for the loss of 8. Building the lead with the lead is in the 20s. 24 is the lead I make it. Yes, lovely, powerful thoughts shared there. But what I find is that the youngsters of today in modern day cricket in the Caribbean, they hardly even watch tapes of the current players that they have to play against. But those very players watch our tapes a lot, how our boys bowl, how they bat. That's been happening for a long time. That contributes to success, because if you know your enemy, you can defeat your enemy quickly. We don't even want to know our opposition.
So it's a good drive, opening the face there from Danai down towards a backward point. And there's that feeling too, that our professionals who are earning their money through their skills, of course, in the different franchises from Cricket West Indies. This is short and pulled around in the air, outgone, caught by Charles at the mid-wicket boundary, and Danai goes, another one tumbling to a catch, and that's the end of the innings. That's right, Berbice, they have succumbed in their second innings. They're all out for 105? 105. Well, for the loss of 9 wickets. Junior Sinclair cannot bat out in the middle.
Technically all out.
So technically, that's it. 105. Matthew, you're an insurance man. You never go wrong with mathematics. You take out 81. Are we adding 19 and 5? We'll get 24? That's
24,
correct?
Correct.
So Essequibo will be looking for 24 to win their match here against Berbice.
25 to win.
25, that's right. It's sad, a 4-day cricket match. It's going to be ended long before the cows come home this afternoon on day number 2.
Look, we can't lament the fact that it's a Berbice B team playing because your big stars have gone off to play regional cricket for the country. You can't lament that fact. The point is, you've been given a chance to play at the highest level in your country, for your country. You've got to perform, you've got to try. Yes, you might be limited in terms of skills and technique because you haven't advanced to become a Shemron Hetmeyer, you haven't advanced to become a Leon Johnson and so on, but you've got something in you. And if you've got something in you, showcase what you have in you. I do not believe for one moment in the Jeep that the players that are being exposed to this match are so exceptional that the game had to end in 2 days. I'm being very honest in my opinion here. I thought it was poor batting.
Yes, I
Bowling
agree.
wasn't bad.
No, it was
but
good bowling.
It was poor batting.
Yes, because many of the batters, they contributed to their demise here. And I guess I want to remain positive. Berbice, a very strong county as far as cricket is concerned. They have produced some of the best on the world stage. But when called upon now, we are seeing this problem raising its head. When the seniors are off, you know, the second string team is severely tested. And I guess as the weather holds and they're organizing a first division, longer format of the game. That will go a long way in helping the younger cricketers come through a system of red ball cricket, 2 days, be 3 days cricket. But the longer format, once that system comes in place, it's going to help them a whole deal. So we can say to you that in the second innings, Berbice, they have folded for 105, taking out that 81 lead. Essequibo will be looking for 25 to win. Until then, maybe in another 12 minutes, we're going to take a break to join us there.
10 minutes. Phillips took the last 4 wickets. Ahead.
Hello once again. The sunshine continues to stream down, but it has been real darkness for Berbice here at the Enmore Community Centre ground. This is just the second session of day number 2, Essequibo versus Berbice in the Guyana Cricket Board Senior Men's Inter-County Championship 2023. Essequibo, they're looking to create history against Berbice. And why not? Enmore is a place of history. At the back of the commentary box to the north, the 5 Enmore Martyrs monument is there. And Essequibo, I shouldn't say if, I think they will go on to beat Berbice to win their first ever 4-day match against Berbice. Well, that's all in the making. Let's see what's going to happen. They're already out in the middle, and the figure for them to get, runs for them to get, is 25 with all the wickets standing. Hello to you, Pastor Matthew Kiso.
Hi, Jeet. Hello to everyone. Yes, 25. The total, nothing much really there, but at least to play for some pride, they would want to pick up some wickets, Berbice. You don't want Essequibo winning by 10 wickets. That's all psychological in the game of cricket, of course. And the fact that they give them some runs to chase says it all. That they were not going to be knocked down and knocked out early in the context of losing the match by an innings plus. It didn't happen. Can they pick up 2 or 3 wickets? Let's wait and see. But 25 to get. Let's watch Keon Sinclair.
And he started with a bumper way outside the line of the off stump. No pressure here on Kevin Bodie. And he's going to be the man in the history book as the captain of the Essequibo team. When they get that victory against Berbice, it's going to be a sweet victory. And Enmore is going to be bittersweet for Berbice. Some good performance here is going to be bitter today.
Yes, I'm asking myself the question, and we did share on the fact that the batting has been poor. These are youngsters, but has the Enmore pitch been more bowler friendly?
Not at all. I do not think anything is wrong with the pitch. There's the occasional delivery that kept a little low. It has to do with the mindset and the skills. And the mindset and the skills will determine, Matthew, their shot selections. Many of them caught or trapped going across the line leg before or even bowled.
The fat lady from Enmore is clearing her throat. She's got a choir behind her.
You don't mean Tanya by any stretch of the imagination?
Oh, never, never. Tanya is our capable digital scorer who's kept us going nicely today. Let's give some credit to Latif and his team as well for the video work.
Yes, and we look towards what's coming up starting tomorrow. Demerara will take on the Select 11 in the Guyana Cricket Board 4-day championship. It's still a second round match, but the second match in this round, that will be played at Border. That game is going to be streamed live as well via FL Sports, start at 9 hours 30. And you know, the weather pattern seems to change in Guyana, and the sun gods are visiting us.
You want this kind of weather for that game as well?
Yes, Matthew, and there's some regional cricket as well. The third round of Cricket West Indies 4-day championship will be played in Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Those matches start on March 15th. Guyana, the leaders in the, as far as the points are concerned, will be traveling to Trinidad and Tobago. I think they're leaving tomorrow, and they'll be taking on Trinidad and Tobago, the Brian Charles Lara Cricket Academy. That's in the south of Trinidad. And right here in Guyana, we'll be having the Jamaica Scorpions coming up. Appeal for a cut at the wicket. Well, he's reversing the shot. He's going to walk away now, given the marching orders of the umpire, Bodie. And now he looks up, he sees the finger, and he's going to slowly walk back. Great start here to Berbice. And Keon Sinclair gets his man. Are we going to see more twists and turns than the majestic Berbice River? This is cricket. This is what makes this game such a magic.
Yes, I thought that was okay. But again, one wonders why umpire Nagasar would take so long to put his finger up. I mean, Buddy was waiting for that decision. He knew what he did. But the point is, the umpire still got to give a decision. That's why you're controlling the game out there. You don't nod your head. In times gone by, umpires would do like this. I remember nodding my head as well to say, that's it for you. But you've got to put that finger up. That's part of the laws of the game.
Yes, and I think what happened there is that the umpire was expecting that he's going to walk away because his head was down. Bodie wasn't watching at umpire Nagasar, and when he lifted the head, the umpire showed him the finger. So he walked away. So he's gone. Good start here for Berbice. Let me go back to that third round action. Jamaica Scorpion. They take on the Windward Volcanoes at the National Stadium at Providence. We're going to be there to broadcast that match live via the Cricket West Indies YouTube channel. FL Sports will be there. Barbados Pride, they will take on the Leewards Hurricane at Queen's Park Oval. And like we said, Guyana Harpy Eagles take on Trinidad and Tobago Red 4. So that's the restart third round action of CWI Regional 4-Day Championship. Here, Berbice is looking to hang on for dear life. Good start. They've picked up their first wicket. Our friend Naim Chan has come back into the commentary box. I will leave you and Naim will come and join you.
Yes, good start. Just the start that Keon Sinclair needed. He bowled well in the first innings for Berbice. And now it will take, you remember the song, it's going to take a miracle. Naim is one of the guys that reminisce a lot on the old music of the 80s and 70s and 60s. But I remember that song, well, it's going to take a miracle for Berbice to win this game, but they've started well. It's none for one. Ronaldo Rennie's out there now with Avinash Prasad. 3 steps in the gully. There's a backward point cover in the mid-off. And there's a mid-on and a fine leg for you. So Berbice, they've got nothing to lose with this attacking field. They will lose the game if no further wickets would fall today. Naeem, who's joined me back. Welcome back, Naeem, but 25 to get. They haven't gotten no runners yet, if I'm correct. And they've got 9 wickets in the bag. Excellent start as the over comes to an end. A wicket maiden over. None for one. Good start for Keon Sinclair. He's the quickest bowler amongst these two teams thus far, and he's given Berbice the start they needed. Berbice would say they don't have enough runs, but they'll work with what they have to see if they can pick up maybe 3, 4, 5 wickets. They can never tell. Make a nice game of it, even though it's just 25 to get. Good afternoon, Naim.
Hi, Pastor. Good afternoon. I'm not studying that so much. I'm studying. I'll be denied 2 days' pay because this match is ending within 2 days. So I wanted to consult. I understand we'll be paid. It's just a joke. But I wanted to get close to the pastor and the Bible. Then he said that the little you have shall be taken away from you. So, who are we seeing? Bola?
Danny.
So that's Danny. Looks like Danny.
I'm told it's Danai.
Danny.
Yeah. You have to have a little British accent.
Rasta accent there.
Avinash Prasad has shown me, I think it is the game, the first innings, that he can be very, very effective and at the National Stadium. But we didn't see much of him. But I think we need to right now. He's a very solid batsman. Let's look at Danai.
Yeah, he got 4 in the first innings. But you don't have much to chase, so why not stay there? These two should really bring it home for Essequibo. The captain couldn't manage to do that, but he'll be a captain with a win on his belt, but didn't score in the second innings.
You got to have hat tricks here, maybe, to peg your way back into this game. I think they pegged their way out of the game in the first place because of irrationality and absolute contempt for logics. some of the batsmen when I looked at them. Very solid, right, Avinash? It's a very compact left-hander. I can't stop repeating it, but I am so enthused and in love with what I see happening for Essequibo's cricket. More facilities, an injection of funds and development of the game. Essequibo is quite a champion. They're displaying how much they can stay in there and fight. And that's the inevitable result that you'll see here later on.
The former looked down upon county in terms of 4-day cricket, but that has changed. And whether Kimo Paul, Young Savory and others would have played much for them, they were born in Essequibo of course, but in the Essequibo region, but playing for their county is important. And that has brought the balance back to Essequibo's cricket.
I'm told that many of the players, they depend on places like venues like Marukai. I would like to presume, I don't know if Inderjeet saw that ground or you, that it's basic sand, and I don't know if it can bring out the best. It's not the best of facilities. This is why I'm so happy. To know the lack of facilities, the lack of an injection of funds, sufficient funds, and still you're producing this quality of cricket in the circumstances. And you do not have your best players, which would be the names that you just called. In contrast to the other counties I'm talking about, the other counties have got venues, they've got sponsorship, they've got facilities, well, venues and facilities.
The fact of the matter is that Demerara's cricket overall, club cricket and so on, has dropped, has devalued itself because of the standards that are there. Half-hearted efforts, problems with umpires, problems with grounds, unavailability because of other activities, matches, or let's say tournaments that would have started, let's say in 2020, still being played this year, 2023.
And I mean, we're trying as much as possible as journalists or commentators to remember that red ball cricket has been out of action for 9 years, so okay, you're going to have a little lull in the mentality of the young players. But look at Berbice. They have a lot of cricket being played. The administration there has been working feverishly. Inderjeet called Anil Bihari's name. He's a fantastic administrator. Down to backward spare. 1. This can be close. They're coming back for 2. I don't think Algu it is, right? But he should have been hurrying on to that ball and firing that return. Danai. He should have been scurrying around. I hope he's cognizant of the fact that I saw a dog out in the field defecating right at that spot.
And the wicketkeeper is Chamani Caesar, substitute wicketkeeper for Sinclair, who did, I believe, pick up an injury before lunch. So he's not on. So Caesar's on, doing wicketkeeping duties. He plays for 4 Our Lions as well in Georgetown cricket on the Ricky Dionarine controlled 4 Our Lions team, captained by his son, who's a young left-hander as well, not a bad little batsman. And he plays in that team as well along with Algu. Shot! Down behind point, runs here for Rene. They come back for 2. Coach shot, spanking square drive and gets 2. The total move up to 4. 4 for 1. 21 needed. We'll be driving down to Georgetown early this afternoon. But yes, the Manny Caesar, we keep in duties now. Didn't get a knock in this game. He didn't get a knock in the previous game too. Squared up. Came forward. That crouching man over here. Straight back. Ronaldo Rennie. The over comes to an end. 4 for the loss of 1. You get a chance in the middle to do something for your county, why not? We can keep in duties, you weren't in the final 11, that's alright. I'm still a part of the team overall. Then I will continue. A few more spectators have come in actually, occupying both stands. To our left, which is to the west of the ground. Sugar Estate truck makes its way north on the main road. I don't think that estate functions anymore, does it? Enmore? Have my doubts. That's nicely played away down behind point. They're coming back for a second run as the return comes in to Caesar. Make that 6 for 1. 19 needed now to win this game. That game between the Select 11 and Demerara should be a good one. Barnwell is captaining that team. The vice captain is Akshay Prasad. He didn't make the Guyana team to go out. He was out before. Poor batting performances have caused him to miss out. Chandrika will be captain in that side. Good delivery, Yorker length on the middle stump. Came down on that very quickly and nicely. Avinash Prasad. Good balance as well. The youngsters will want to perform as well for the Select 11 with the experience of Chandrika there leading that side. But Demerara would be without the services, of course, of Leon Johnson and Tevin Imlach. Imlach has been informed. He got 150 not out in the game I umpired in last weekend. First division game at DCC. The young Sachin Singh who plays this cricket for DCC as well. You will know that name. Came through the youth ranks. Got 170 on as well. They got up to 387 and Maltinos in reply got up to 200 and I think it was 227. So really Barnwell opted for batting practice in that first division game. Always boggles my mind, Naim, is that a ball is pitched very wide of the off stump and you will chase it. And if the ball is pitched closer to the line of the off stump, you try to leave it alone. Very interesting, huh? You've seen so much of that. And it's simply because the temptation is there to go for the shot and you believe you're going to win the battle. Many times you don't. You get the edge, you're caught. He went to that one just now.
Beaten outside the off stump this time. But it will be interesting discussion at the end of the over. But many of these county teams, they have access to coaches. And sometimes I'm wondering what the coaches tell them. And it's not like I'm trying to be disparaging here about the coaches. But I know the coaches would tell them the correct thing. It is what they are showing us that makes you bother. Like, you know, it is, you don't even need a coach to know that this is a 4-day game, and it does not require me to go out there as a batsman and try to hit every single ball that is bowled to me. You don't even need a coach. This is about building an innings, the longer version of the game. You mentioned about the Select 11 a short while ago too. I was looking out for people like Chandrika. I don't think Chandrika looked and went in search of dismissals. I don't think so. He was batting, consolidating, just that he got out. But I was hoping for more scores from Chandrika. And but what it does, especially the exodus of the major players into the RP Eagles side, is opens up the doors. Good ball, Sinclair. He's lost some of the pace, trying possibly to have a lot of control. I don't know. You can have all the control in the world, just over 20 runs to get. It's a big asking rate for you to make inroads. Probably need some hat tricks in the G. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, tonight. I do agree with you. The score that you're chasing down is a pretty low one. And a good batting side as well.
This is going to come down for 4. Inside edge. It's Sinclair. Avinash, I think, was trying for a big drive outside the off stump. He took the inside edge. So that was one that was cutting back from outside off stump. Took the inside edge correction, and came down to the boundary for 4. So that takes the score on to 6 for the loss of 1.
Yes, that was actually the right-handed Rennie there. And he was undone by the bounce. Kept a little bit low outside the line of the off stump. And it's 10 for the loss of 1. So no hurry whatsoever. Essequibo, they want to take their time. They want to ensure that they do not lose another wicket. They want a comprehensive victory against Berbice.
A victory that they deserve, actually. They've outplayed Berbice, no doubt about it. Yorker, good ball, good effort, good bowling.
Well, Keon Sinclair is a 6-footer. And you watch him, when he was about to deliver that delivery, he went more than a foot up in the air. Came, you know, high action there. Good Yorker, right on target. And Rennie did well to keep that one out. Good bowling. You look at them, their back is against the wall, but they aren't giving up. This is the attitude you want to see. I'm just wondering to know if they just realize a little bit too late.
Well, the past is here. Too late shall be the cry of many. I got you.
It's going to take a miracle.
And the pastor responds, he said amen to that. Just want to remind our viewers and our listeners, the next match in the second round of the Guyana Cricket Board Senior Inter-County Board Tournament will be played starting tomorrow at the Border Cricket Ground, that's GCC in Georgetown. And that match too will be streamed live via FL Sports. And also tomorrow, big activity night going on at the Queen's College Ground as the over comes to an end. And the score is now still remain 10 for the loss of 1. The Demerara Cricket Board is making a call for all female who wants to play the game of hardball cricket. Go down to Queen's College tomorrow from 9 o'clock. There are going to be trial matches there. There are going to be coaches there. Kavita Yadram is going to be there. You can call her on 655-1010 and she will tell you all the details. It's important they are preparing females to take part in the female inter-county tournament, both senior and under 19.
Nice pat away into the offside. I listened to your voice there with the emphasis on female, and all of a sudden it came to my mind in this day and age, we can't discriminate. How does LGBT fit in here? If someone turns up there, do they have the right to play for trials? I wonder if these little things can reach to the courtroom. Just wild thinking.
Naim, please excuse me. Let me stay out of that. I have great respect for all human beings, wherever they are. I think once they declare themselves females, they're going to be accepted there.
And then some super cricketer with the caliber of Courtney Ambrose walks in and says, "I'm LGBT, I want to play," or, you know.
Let Sir Courtly hear you.
Let's do you, boy, with bounce.
Now, when you look at the likes of Sir Courtly Ambrose, these towering guys, they're sending down thunderbolt to kill people out in the middle. And when they speak to you, they're like a lamb, so soft and gentle. Wonderful guy. Had the privilege of working with him.
Yeah, the worst case that you can cite is Vivian Richards, or Vivian. And I had the pleasure of working with him when he was not playing in comments. And you wouldn't believe how nice and humble and jolly he can be. Because on the cricket field, he would have had an award if they got him to smile. He never smiled. He was chewing all the while and striking you over the boundary.
The silent assassin. I think his dominance started from the time he left the dressing room and walked out into the middle. They used to call it the Viv Richards walk, like nobody else. Today we've seen Virat Kohli actually mimicking that walk of Sir Viv. They're good friends, right?
Swagger. Aye.
That was well bowled. Outside the line of the off stump by Danai and moving across the left-hander, he went for an extravagant cover drive and missed everything. There used to be a quarrel in the islands then because I think Shillingford said that he owns that walk to the crease. Others said, no, it's Sir Viv. The battle for who started it still goes on.
While that battle is going on, I saw a comedian performing in front of cricketers. So Sunil Gavaskar, I can't recall who were the West Indians, and he was imitating or mimicking their walk to the crease.
Yes, I saw that video. Oh, that is floored down at gully position. It went into the hand, and Avinash Pasat survive. They get a single in the process.
Well, that guy is amusing. I can't recall his name, but he mimicked Sir Garfield Sobers, Clive Lloyd, several West Indians, Vivian Richards as well.
Yes, Sunil Gavaskar.
Yeah.
A host of them. I saw the video, man, and he's good at it. I like when he walked into the crease. I like when he settled at the stump there, showing off Sunil Gavaskar.
Yeah, I saw the video too.
Sir Garfield Sobers is one, and Sir Vivian Richards, I think those were the two amusing ones, when he cocked his buttock,
Yes.
protruding for Sir Garfield Sobers, and his collar turned upwards, and then Sir Vivian Richards chewing. He's always at the chewing gum. I want to believe Alan Border superseded or bettered Sir Vivian as far as chewing was concerned. I think he has the record. I understand he chews when he's sleeping.
Yes, I think all those things help those guys to concentrate out in the middle. And cricket has motivated not only umpires and commentators and scorers and physios out in the middle, but our musicians as well through calypsos. You know, I remember one famous calypso when Chanda Paul and Lara were batting at the wicket. This calypsonian from the island depicted Shivnarayan Chanda Paul as a .38 and Brian Lara as the 303 rifle. We didn't know about AK-47 then. Big drive outside the line of the off stump, going by into the gloves of the keeper.
And there was another calypso that talked about a fireman. Someone had called in to say that the house is on fire, and he said, "So where's batting now? What do you expect?" You expect me to leave here, come out your fire? Later.
He already had to deal with a fire that he enjoyed out in the middle.
But I think none has beaten Rally Round the West Indies. There's something highly emotional. It triggers your emotion. Rally Round the West Indies.
Yes, and that song, the epitome of what cricket means to the Caribbean man. It gives you goosebumps and raise the hair on all parts of your body.
That's if you have here, right?
Oh, like Pastor on the head there, he might do well to grow some. You remember the famous song too, Barika Chale Age Age? Those were the days when the females used to dress with their saris and shalwars and come to cricket, Naeem.
Shot.
Bad bit of feeling that might go close towards the boundary, it does. So Golly messed up things a little bit. If you had intentions of keeping the pressure up and hoping for a hat trick here and a hat trick there, no, that is going to subsize by a high percentage there. 4 runs.
Yes, and Mickle, the substitute, got down, but never got the body behind the ball. And he just scored from the fingers. And just checking here with the score,
15.
10 to go.
Interesting field, right? 1 slip, 2 gullies.
And that's because Avinash Prasad, he loved that cover, extra cover position. He's going to play his shot there. If he doesn't get it right, it's definitely going to peel off the bat. He's going to slice it down towards that almost too backward point area. That's the reason why.
So just 2 men on the onside. Well, it can cut either way. You know, if you take away the extra cover and the cover, you can possibly leave the cover point and leave that gap open for the luxury drive that Avinash likes to play. That can be another way that you can approach this.
Yes, and we were talking about the motivation that cricket has given to so many souls. Our own Dave Martin and the trade wins. Hit the ball, donkey, hit the ball. Was a pleasure to reach him at Florida a few nights ago.
No doubt about it. Music has really added another flavor and heightens the patriotism for Caribbean loving cricketer people. And it has done tremendous. That's the end of the over.
Yes, and at the end of the over, the score is 15 for the loss of 1 wicket. He also sang Gidem Shiv. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And he also sang Hoopa Hoopa.
Yeah.
Yes, you know, lovely songs. This is why we love this game so much. And I was told by Pastor this game was actually made in heaven.
I wonder if Satan had made that squad, the final 11, before he was discarded. I mean, some people might look at the commentary team and wonder the same thing.
He decided to go on your rebel tour.
So the atmosphere is a fantastic one here at Enmore. We have all enjoyed ourselves. Not huge scores, but this 2 day of cricket has been gripping between these two teams. And I guess as the weather permits and the longer format of the game is played across Guyana, we're going to see guys understanding and staying longer out in the middle to build innings. It happens in a process. It's not going to happen overnight.
And that's the beauty of the longer version. In a 20 over scenario, even 50 over scenario, within an hour or within 15 overs, you can actually start thinking or knowing who might win, who might lose. In this game, it had to take us this far. Actually, it was going even Stevens. but the game can swing like a pendulum. A good partnership, it bounces back. And that's the beauty about, well, Test cricket.
What's your preference, Naim? Or may I ask, do you have a preference? The white ball game, let's say the T20 and Test matches?
To be honest, I like to see good cricket. T20 is very exciting. It's just that it's helping to break up the longer version. What I liked about the longer version is the thinking. When you have, you know, I looked at great bowlers, Imran Khan, St. Cotley Ambrose, and so many of them, and they keep thinking, and suddenly the captain takes one out from slip and puts him down to backward square, and a bumper comes, and you get caught hooking. We saw that Glenn McGrath and Sarwan battle that went on for so long. The battle that McGrath won.
Well, that was going down the lakeside, loud shout by Danai, not out, says the umpire. Well, there were two things that were introduced, I think it was in 1971-72. That was the shorter format of the game, 50 over cricket, and mini skirts. Both were meant to be short and exciting. And after a period of time, the scissors came out again, and even cut it further. We got T20, and then even further, we got T10. Ball down, pitched outside the line of the off stumper, came back, and the right-handed Rennie has to go. Essequibo losing the second wicket with the score in 15.
What a predicament. I mean, they have batting. There's no doubt about that. 20 odd runs to get. It's just what, 15 and 10, 25. 10 more runs required. So I don't think they're in absolute bother. But it's just that they need to bat and just win the game. They need to bat and win the game. They've got the ability to do that. So I don't think it's a scary moment in any way.
Not scary at all, and despite the fast bowlers are picking up the wickets in the second innings here, there are no points for that. They can only get the points in the first innings. Different, we go in accordance with what is taking place at the West Indies 4-day championship. Gone are the days when we used to judge them by first innings. Now point system has been placed in the first, I think 90 overs. If you can score above 200, then 250, then you go on to 300. There are points for batting as well. Points for bowling. It all happens in the first innings. That's of vital importance. That's why it's so important you're giving our fast bowlers an opportunity to develop their skills, because they're points for performance.
We were down the leg side, just picked up a wicket and losing concentration, bowling into the breeze, of course. So we've got so much of time on our hands. Just a pity, and a pity that the game is going to peter out into a 2-day affair, or below 2-day. And but that's a game, and as many of my colleagues have been pointing out, it's almost a starting point. Because take away 9 years red ball cricket was absent, a lot of these boys were not playing cricket. Those who are 18 now, even 22, 23, take away 9, they weren't playing at this level.
Well, 9 years of inter-county level we're talking about here, because there was
Inter-county,
red ball cricket in the franchise tournament. I think it ran for 2 years. So they had that was 3-day cricket. They had a chance to play both 50 overs and the 3-day format. Essequibo, Shivnarine Ball played for them, and he led them to victory. You know, so they did play some 3-day cricket, but yes, you're right, it's coming back. In Georgetown, I think they played 2-day cricket. Pastor will say First Division, 2-day, Second Division. Berbice, they're putting things in place as well. Demerara will be putting things in place, and that's going to get on to Essequibo as well. So there is always a transition from one to the next, like we have said all along. a pattern of good things is starting to take place.
While we were trying to move red ball upwards, you were talking about the limited version coming down to the scissors cutting.
Do you think we'll go for a 5-5?
That will be pornography. There's nothing to cut after that.
Yes, and you know, I think one of the reasons why is that because over the years we have had the decline of our performances at the international level, at regional level, we don't really have the kind of names to draw people to the grounds. Just going down the leg side, shout for a leg before. Because you look at the other countries, look, Australia, they're playing India. The over has come to an end. At the end of the over,
15?
Yeah.
16?
it's 16 for the loss of 2. India playing Australia, those stands are packed. We have West Indies in South Africa, great turn up of spectators. The Ashes will be played a little later in the year. Those grounds are going to be packed. So it has to do with the performance level. On to now, I don't feel that Test cricket has displaced anything. It has to do with the quality that is presented to the spectators. So it's Nigel Deuda tossing the ball from hand to hand. It's in the air, just over the head of Al Ghudair at mid-on. It runs close towards the boundary. It's going to get there, and that's 4 runs. A brave shot from the right-hander, and looks good in playing it as well. That's Malcolm Hubbard, as if to say, welcome, Pastor Matthew Kisuwan.
Yes, Cheat. Welcome. It's good to be back. I was listening to you, Naeem, there, talking about the scissors and whatnot. If a match is tied, you play a 1-over eliminator or knockout, so you still have a 1-over.
Yes, exactly.
And somebody said you can use 6 bowlers in a 1-over to bowl 1 ball each. Very interesting. Huh? Yeah, cricket has evolved so much that it's not easy to assume what will happen down the road. 16 for the loss of 2.
20.
In fact, 20 for the loss of 2 at the end of 9 overs.
So they're looking for 5 more for victory here. And you know, Matthew, people will say to you that some of the best T20 players and one-day international players you have in the world are people who are excellent at the red ball cricket. And that's the reason why there is this call for people like Puran from Trinidad and Tobago to play some 4-day cricket. You know, you're out in the middle there, you understand what fierce competitive battle is all about. Spend time in the middle and develop your game. The feeling is that, you know, 1-days and T20s alone not good enough for your all-round development as a player.
Rutherford would have played for Guyana about 2 years, I think, for the original cricket, and then disappeared off the radar. But playing franchise cricket.
Yes, this is not a criticism, but I'm baffled because you hear many of these boys plying their trade in franchise cricket, telling the media how they love West Indies cricket and how they want to play for the West Indies.
And then when the opportunity comes,
Well, they have choices.
they would make the choice where the money is big. How can you change the mindset of some players from that? Nice shot. Again going through one of the 2 gullies.
Well, that's his strength, and there is where Avinash Prasad is also vulnerable.
Twenty-one.
21 now for 2, so they need to get 25. 4 needed. The match will come to an end not too long from now. The fat lady's already cleared her throat, and she is getting ready. Almost there. And that was a nice aspect of our cricket too, when you hear about the fat lady from the pitch, Sparko getting ready.
Yes, you're talking about that great man from Trinidad and Tobago, Paul Keane Douglas.
That's
Can't
right.
forget him at all. It was a great delivery by Suresh Danai. Bang on target. A very good bowling lineup. But the batters did not put them in a position where they could seriously challenge the Essequibo squad.
Ricardo Adams about to become a proud captain.
Well,
In fact, Booty, I think, is the captain.
yeah,
yes.
Buddy is the captain. Nicely turned away. This is going to run pretty close towards the boundary. Will it get there? It gets into the boundary. That's gone away for 4. And that's going to be victory for Essequibo. We're just watching the players out in the middle. The umpires will walk conform with the official scorers. They touch gloves, the 2 batters in the middle. Congratulations to Essequibo. And for the first time in the history of senior inter-county 4-day cricket, Essequibo has gotten their first victory, and what a victory for them, a victory against the powerhouse of Berbice. Of course, their team has been depleted because of national commitments by their seniors, but a fine performance by Essequibo. The entire Essequibo, they're going to be delighted. Congratulations to them.
Look, a victory is a victory. Take nothing away from them. They played well right from ball 1 yesterday when the game started. They rocked Berbice back and they bowled them out for 94, and that set the game up nicely, whereby they could have gone out and batted Essequibo, surpassed that 94, get into 175, and given a lead, that deficit of 81 made it very difficult for Berbice, given the fact that they were without the services of their captain, Junior Sinclair, who picked up that injury when he was batting in the first innings, put their team back a bit, of course, quite a bit. And Essequibo pounced on a glorious opportunity with young players from Berbice, maybe not being exposed that much at the highest level, but nevertheless given a chance. And Essequibo pounced on a good opportunity to win this game inside 2 days. A 4-day encounter, hats off to them, a good victory. That will go down in the history books as a victory for the first time against Berbice as a county. And Essequibo, you would say, have come on in leaps and bounds over the past few years in their cricket as the players make their way off, shaking hands with the opposition team. Hats off to Essequibo for a well-deserved victory. Poor batting by Berbice in the first innings, and of course not really continuing anything in terms of the batting department. But on the other hand, in the G, good victory for Essequibo. They'll be a happy team this evening.
Well, Berbice's demise started when they were bundled out for 94 or 38.4 overs in their first innings, with only Shamal Angel scoring that 34, and the next best was Sion Itmaya with 18. Ricardo Adams devastated them on that first day, picking up 5 for 25. And then Essequibo responded with 156 for the loss. In fact, 175 with a lead of 81. That placed added pressure on Essequibo. Final thoughts from you, Matthew?
Yes, a good game for Essequibo. Excellent game. They're way ahead with points in this inter-county tournament. It's going to be difficult for them probably to lose this tournament this year, knowing that there was an absence of 9 years. But coming back, performing well, some of their top players as well involved in duties for Guyana. And nevertheless, a good game. Berbice will be very disappointed that they couldn't get more runs, especially on the board. Their bowlers didn't do that badly, but the batting department let them down.
Yes, so the next match in the second round starts tomorrow. That's Demerara against the Select 11. Starts tomorrow and go on to Tuesday the 14th at Boda GCC ground. That match starts from 9 hours 30, and FL Sports will be there. Compliments of the Guyana Cricket Board. Let me tell you that Berbice scored 94 in their first innings. Adams picking up 5 for 25 and 105 in their second innings, with Phillips taking 4 for 4. Essequibo 175. Deodat mesmerizing with 6 for 49 and 25 for the loss of 2, winning by 8 wickets. On behalf of the entire commentary team,